Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Sunday. How was everyone doing today? We are back at it. I decided there was enough stuff, and I wasn't ready for other stuff to do more on Switchwire. So, how is folks? Hey, Danny. Hey, Art Chapman. Hey, Felix. Hey, Phil and Phil and Daniel and Nappin and Tuxedo. Hey, PF Dennis. Hey, Colin. Hey, Doom. Hey, Jordan. Hey, Rod. What else do we have? James, Bill Brothers, the GPs, welcome. Derek, Daniel, Nathan, and Arthur. How is everybody? We are going to have hopefully a fairly chilled stream today. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff though. I spent a bit of time on playing with bed meshes on Switchwire, which is interesting, a little different than some of the other printers, and learned a little bit. So forms aren't working. Forms aren't working because I forgot to turn them on. I apologize. They are both on now. They are both on. My bad. I forgot. Thanks, Andrew, for letting me know. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Sean. Hey, Obi-Wan. Steven and Victor. Oh No Coho. Projects in Dad's Garage. Hey, John. Hey, Laura. What else do we have? Collie and BB's. Oh, got submissions coming in now. Andrew and Victor. Hey, Dr. Dave. M4D Mike. Martin. Aaron. Everybody. Okay, forms are working. So today we are going to continue work on this beautiful printer. So we're going to finish installing lighting. We're going to set up Stealthburner LEDs. We're going to talk about the bed mesh quite a bit, and then we're going to print and hang out. So, hey, Ricky. Hey, Buddy. Rick Trino. Caldwell and BA. Chat and video is stuck? Really? Oh. Man. I thought I was set today, and I forgot all the stuff. That's last week's or Tuesday's chat. There we are. There were no important questions asked before, right? I'm gonna sign up, but we have a luncheon to go to, so I may be shooting for a Polar Ted pin. Hey, George and Thunder Keys. You need to share the LED effects link again. I'm not going to be doing anything special. I'm going to set up Stealthburner stuff as a basic, as the Stealthburner documentation has. I'm not going into anything fancy. There are cool, fancy things to go to. If you want to share the link, we can look at it, but I'm probably not going to go through and set it up. Any chance you'll be sharing how Input Shaper works with Nighthawk board, or was that at the end of the last week's stream? We did perform Input Shaper tuning on both the X and Y axes last week, but we can go into it a little bit today. Your stream did the same thing last night. Well, this was all me. I forgot to copy and paste the chat link into OBS. See ya, Dr. Dave. Is your phone out of my pocket? It is. It is. Let me catch up. LED effect is the same as with normal setup. Just install, add a default file, and add the stuff in the printer config. I know, but I honestly have not looked at it, and doing something like that live. We'll look at it. We'll see where it goes, but don't be surprised if I bail and move on. So, to begin with, we are going to talk about real quick. We are doing our normal Polymaker filament giveaway. So the links are both, so we're doing 2 giveaways. So both links are in the description. The pin post just reminds you of that. The other thing is, because LDO released the Nighthawk toolhead board a little earlier than I was kind of expecting. So Jason had mentioned giving away some of these on the channel, so I'm splitting it. We're going to give one of them away today, just as a finalized, really, the addendum is done on this build. So we're going to give away a Nighthawk toolhead board today, and then we'll give away a couple more when I actually install one of those on a different printer. Because we're going to do a build series that will be updating one of my existing printers. It might be, I'm not sure if it's going to be on a Tuesday streams or Sunday streams yet, but we'll be doing that on my green V2, and we'll be installing Leviathan and the Nighthawk board on that printer. Hey Scope. Hey Itzik. What are you taking to Rocky Mountain? I am renting a cargo van to go to Rocky Mountain. So what am I taking? Yes. And in my mind, just like the minivan last year that I took, the minivan was a TARDIS in my mind leading up to it. I could fit everything in there. And for the most part, I did fit everything I wanted to. The cargo van is just a bigger TARDIS, so I have bigger plans. Making good progress on ERCF V2. When's your new Switchwire getting an ERCF? We'll see. Hey Maurice, did you say you're building a Pandora's box printer? That's on the list of things I'd like to build, but it's not in the plans. There's several things that would be cool to play with that aren't necessarily scheduled or being prepped for yet, but it is on the list. Should make Polar Ted t-shirts. Build LDO Milo. Yes, so that is one that is being prepped for. The Milo will be built, and it will be built soon. I want to hit that when it early in its release, so that could be very soon. We'll see. A lot of talk about Polar Ted clubs. Everybody wants to be in the Polar Ted club now. That's a problem. Especially since if you're on the Discord and you are a member of the Polar Ted Club, remind me, and there's I have a role that I set up for that just for fun. Is Leviathan going to be standard on LDO kits? I don't know. I would imagine that that's a big reason that they move forward with that project, but I don't know for sure. And I am way behind, way behind. Shared in general chat, it's super simple. It's a clone and install script, and then it's just copying the provided example. We'll see. We'll see how the stream goes. If I have time, maybe we'll play with it. We build the Phoenix into the back of the van. Just build it right into the back. Yeah, one of the government style vans. Hey, Andres. Hey, Nergorot. Bob. Brent. Printer Prawn. Alvaro, Tijan. I really want to go to Rocky Mountain, but we're going to Bermuda at the beginning of April and just can't swing both. Yeah. Hopes to build a Pandora's box. Hey, Jason. Oh boy, I am not. Do we know the price of the Milo? I've seen things everywhere depending on the region you're in. So currency differences and stuff. Between $1,000 and $1,400 a year. I think it's like $1,000 to $1,200 might be without a spindle, depending on when it gets released, and that price might change to about 12 to 1,400 euros. And that one does come with a spindle because it's all 220. It's easier to find good spindles at that size in 220 volts. I have a mental image of Steve rolling into Rocky Mountain and the Voron crew falls out of the pan. Steve, I updated Moonraker on 2.4, not realizing there was an issue with it a couple of months ago, and it broke my printer. I had to walk away from it, but I'm back at it. Have fun. There's lots of folks that can help there, though. If you go on the Voron Discord, there's a helping ticket system. So if you need some help with that, reach out. Tuxedo, I saw that. I wanted to chat with you about that. I really appreciate it. I saw your comments there on timestamps in the Micron build series. So, what Polar Ted Club? I've not been on Discord much recently. Been busy. So, Polar Ted Club is the club you get into if you're not here for a giveaway. But you know that. But I added a role in Discord to honor those that or honor those that fell. Hey Akash. Hey Famlicos. John. This is definitely going to be hopefully a slower stream. A little more chat, little working on get this thing buttoned up, but That's for standalone Milo without the enclosure. Correct. Correct. Rocky Mountain is coming so much faster than I thought. I'm bummed I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. Oh no. I'm bummed. I don't know if I'm going to be ready. It's a club you don't want to be a part of. Although apparently some people do. Which printer do you recommend for a third printer? I have a Trident and a 2.4. If you're choosing between Micron and Switchwire, honestly, I'd probably say Micron. Yeah, I mean, Switchwire is a fine printer, and we're going to see that today, and we're going to make some nice prints. I did some calibration cube stuff, ended up really well. Here's the last of them. I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but got really close on pressure advanced settings, and there's no real ringing. The input shaper results we got seem to be effective. So, why not a Voron Legacy? It's a challenging build. Hey, Pushing Plastic. No instructions. Dr. Dave really wants you to build a Legacy. This was the cat that we printed, the finished cat that we printed on stream. We started it on stream. So, this red, I just grabbed an old roll of PLA. It's eSun PLA Plus Fire Engine Red. So it's a really, really nice red. It's a great red. It's from eSun. I bought it at Fry's. So that'll tell you how old it is. When Fry's still had filament, because they didn't have filament for a couple of years before they went down. Hey, Knights. Did you miss before the stream really start? I sent DM I talked about earlier this week. Oh, you sent the DM. So you want me to, so before I open this, Nappin, you want me to look at this on stream with a live reaction? Is that what I'm hearing? Started the solid fork and want to move to the 180. How much of the machine will I have to resource? I don't know, Arthur. I really don't know. I don't know what changes from, are you talking between a 160 and a 180? I don't know. I'd imagine maybe the frame, but I don't know if it fits within the same frame as the 160 or not. So do you think there will be a printers for Ants of the Phoenix? Well, I would assume so. Somebody's going to do that. Yes. Okay, so I need to look that up. I'm crying about Fry's now. It does suck. I want Fry's like 5 years ago or 6 years ago, not 4 years ago when they went out. When did they close? My timelines might be wrong there. Before they went to the consignment model. Finished my slab yesterday. I'm waiting on the glue for the tube, but it works okay without it at the moment. Nice. George White, what is a Nighthead toolhead board? It is a Stealthburner toolhead PCB. It goes right here, but it's connected via USB instead of CAN or individual wires. Polar Ted shirt link in string chat. What theme was your Fry's? We had two, a NASA and an oil themed. Ours were both kind of Western. One was more railroad Western, and the other one was just kind of normal, nothing, just kind of Old West style. The one in Roseville had a train halfway crashed out of the entrance, and the one in Sacramento was an old Incredible Universe. I think that was the name. Is that right? Incredible Universe store. And before that, maybe Tandy. The road it's on is Tandy something, Tandy Street or Tandy Lane or something. Hey, Mark. Tim F, will we see it print today? Yes, we'll print with it today. It printed last stream. We printed the cat last stream. So I need to look at this DM that Nappin sent me. And I'm supposed to have a live reaction here. So let's go here. You had a custom theme for your Klipper screen? Okay, I do have a custom theme for the Klipper screen. We'll bring that up too. I forgot about it though, but we'll do that today because I absolutely have to. Okay, Nappin, what do we have here? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Let me bring this up. Let me bring this up. Open. This is perfect. Here we go. I like it. You mentioned that you had a custom theme. Yeah, can the board be put on a Prusa? As there is a mod for the Prusa to allow the Stealthburner on it. If it fits on Stealthburner, so if Stealthburner can go on a Prusa, then this can go on a Prusa. So this is great. Perfect. Perfect. Was it the Fremont fries that had the huge Tesla coil in a cage? The Hollywood one had a 50s sci-fi theme. That was cool. It is finished. This is perfect. I like it. Good job. The filament on the roll is broke. Oh, it is. I hate that. That's PLA. Wondering what the Ysun fire engine really looked like. That's a nice dark red. It is. This is perfect. Okay, someone mentioned screen. So Cameron from LDO sent me a custom splash screen, startup screen for this build. And I made the mistake. He sent it to me. I'm excited to use it, but my busy scatterbrain, I kept forgetting about it. I meant to do it in one of the earlier streams, and then when I forgot to do it last stream, I meant to do it this stream. My bad. I'm not that I'm not appreciative. I really like it. I've just been bouncing around and I forgot again. So we are going to hit that today. One way or another, we're going to get that installed today. So anyway, so let's get on with it. We have a printer that I need to do a couple of things to finish off. So I think the very first thing I'm going to do is install that last panel bracket that I did not have printed for last stream. And then we're going to take the, then I had a reason. I wanted to take the enclosure off. Oh, I need to put an extra T-nut in here. And the reason why, and yes, the filament is broke. PLA has a tendency when it is under stress sitting, it will eventually crack. And this being unrolled puts it under stress. Who has a wife that allows them to have 2 printers on the kitchen table? Who has a partner who allows them to put 2 printers on the kitchen table? Steve made me buy the tools t-shirt. There we go. Is that a British kitchen in the pic? I don't know where Nappin is. There's a TS100 with a CNC kitchen. Oh, you're not seeing this. We can examine the picture. We got a like a TS100 style iron with a CNC kitchen heat set insert on it. We've got a floor duster mop thing here. Sweden, okay. A multimeter. Anyway. Printers are not allowed in the house. Okay, let me put this filament somewhat away. Do you have a recommendation for spool re-roll helper? I have a couple really expensive rolls that have come loose and spin the spool and it's causing issues. I don't. I've kind of always wanted to look into that, but I haven't. Let's pull this, and it's a decent coil of wasted filament. Okay, so we talked about last time, I should be able to, I want to insert this. Oop, let's shut the printer down. One thing I like about the touchscreen is I can just go right here and shut it down on the touchscreen. I got my hands on an LDO Micron kit, ordered the missing pieces, and I think I finally have decided on the color scheme. Awesome. Will the Voron team ever come out with a Delta? No. No. That is definitely, if you ask Max, RCF, that is the one question that will get a hell no. While that's shutting down, I wanted to give an update. Where are we? Here we are. So folks know I've been building a shed, and I've made some pretty huge progress this last week. So got to a point where the foundation is almost ready. So I've been spreading dirt around it, filling in the area on the outside of that 4x6 frame. And that's 2 cubic yards of crushed rock that I put in there, and I moved all that in one night. A little bit of help from my son, quite a bit of help from my son, but I shoveled it all into here. Oh, yeah, and I'm still feeling it. I think I ordered enough rock for 4 inches within this area, and it's not quite as filled in as I expected, which means that I have some low spots in the area that I dug out. So I'm going to, order another half a yard or so to bring that up a little bit. I want the shed to be sunk into this a little bit to make the step up into the shed a little lower, and then I'm going to fill in the area around it with decorative rock. So what's the story on no Delta? Max would have to explain it. He would have much better explanation than I would. So you had a one-legged man in your yard. This was my wife coming out to check it out before I could tell her that the dirt around here was really soft. And now it's a major mud pit because it's been raining. However, it's rained and the only puddle is way over here on this side of the yard where I haven't actually filled in dirt. So that means that it's draining through and off of this stuff pretty well. So Delta printers, that looks pretty good. Did the same thing at my father's 15 years ago. It was way more work than we thought it would be. I'm excited to see that your other garage is gonna like, yes. So this is, I started this in June. And then I had to remember the tennis elbow issues, and that did slow me down. And then the heat, and then events, and then I decided to power it. So then I had to dig a trench and put the conduit in. And there's a, you can't really see, but there's a ground rod barely sticking out. There's an 2 8-foot ground rods pounded into the ground now. There's one there and one there. They have to be at least 6 feet apart, and they're 8 feet apart because it's permitted. Everything's going to be permitted for powering the thing. So yeah. So why not just a cement slab? Cost and drainage. This is going to drain better. There's also, you don't see it, but if you look, there is a, my yard has existing 4-inch corrugated pipe that drains the backyard to the front. And there was already one going to this area because there was grass here. So I teed into that, and I have a tee of perforated corrugated pipe underneath here to help drain any water that gets underneath the shed. So I'm gonna tell everyone this really is the base for a Phoenix Mega. What's a spool holder situation with solid fork? That's a good question. I don't know. So, hey Sanity, welcome. Why not have a magnetic spring steel removable floor? Just putting a 300 amp 3-phase panel. Yeah, 50 amp, 220. I do plan on putting a small mini split out there, and I'm starting to lay out how I want the storage in there to be. So it needs to be usable, workable storage. So like my table saw is going to go out there because it rolls around. and then a bunch of stuff that's going to clear out this space so much. I'm so excited. Anyway, I have more things to show on this window, but we'll get to that when we get to the input shaper stuff. So, okay, this is off, so let's turn it off. Phone autocorrect can be infuriating. Use a spool roller on the top of my solid fork and I've had no issues. Cool. Okay, so this back corner, I've got a poor aim here. There we go. With a 30 amp breaker, you can power up all the beds. Yeah. I put a piece of tape here to close up this back corner, but what I'm hoping is I can bend this stuff away enough. Maybe not. I might have to do this off printer. Let's find out. Let's do... So I saw someone ask a couple of times, my pre-order of the Magneto X has not shipped yet. Maybe pull. I'm seeing if I can get enough space here. Otherwise, I'll just take the whole thing off and we'll put it on off the... Yeah, I'm just going to take the whole thing off. So we are going to see what it takes to take the... I should put this on because these only need to be loosened. So just loosen all the clips down here. And else. And then we'll remove all of these screws. Oh, that one's already off. I never finished those. I'll probably fry my phone in the Magneto X. Is this zoomed in at all? No. So let's go just a little bit. There we go. Need to take it off for the nut on the top anyway. Yeah. So the nut on the top is what but I didn't know if it would be better to have it kind of stabilized to put that on. That was why I wanted to do it on the thing. Can you just reach from the front? You could. But not as well, I don't think. But part of this, you see this piece here? Let me go on a tangent here. I found a flaw in my little spool holder setup here. Because I'm using the existing mounting holes, the PTFE comes in here and comes in at an angle, which means it's getting caught on this slot. So when the Z movement happens, it can kind of catch and bounce as the edges of this printed piece catch on the PTFE tube. Now this printed piece could probably be modified for a more smooth edge there, and making sure it doesn't get it extends down below the edge of the acrylic. But I think the better solution is going to be to move this in line with that slot so the filament can just go straight in and go straight up. So I designed this, which is, I'm not happy with it, but it's going to be functional. But it bolts there and then a little piece of VHB here to hold it down, and that puts it right there in line. Can you quickly touch base on doing the Stealthburner face with the pattern? Yeah, give me a second. Third pedal media. This is the part of the switchwire that needs some additional thought. Enclosure is not easy on off. I feel like the enclosure is fairly easy on off. If you just remove all of the screws and loosen the thing, it stays surprisingly stable. So focus on your phone camera when you hold it close. All of these are loose. Nope, this one, that one, that one. Now, as long as you leave this like this, the whole thing just kind of lifts right off and stays. I mean, look, it's staying. It's staying pretty stable. Still got the input shaper cable there. Let me move this. Where can I put it? Back over here. I mean, I feel like it's pretty stable. Okay. Just spent the morning fighting CAN bus umbilical install. Oh, fun. So maybe I missed the part. Did you use the printed wheel? The printed wheel for keyback pulley. I did. I put the printed wheel on the LDO one, the one that LDO modeled. At some point, the snap latches for the panels should be standard. Oh, you're talking about the for the other printers. Just spent the morning. Oh. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Who's the caretaker of the Switchwire design? I think Max is 2.4. You and Eddie are the caretakers of Trident Tridex. Who looks at Switchwire? I'm basically, I'm overseeing the major activities on Switchwire. Use any complete tool heads from BTT or E3D? Complete tool heads. The only, are you talking about like a roto? I'm going to be installing a roto on one of my Vorons. I'm working on it. Okay. I haven't forgotten about the Stealthburner question either. That's on my mind. But let's get this bracket installed. With all this off, I might be able to get in there a little better. So let's get that and some of this. And I know there is some need for cleaning this piece. So get some IPA. So for these IPA bottles, I don't know if anybody else does it, but I just poke a little hole in the middle of the foil. It makes it a lot easier to control how much comes out when you're using it. Push-in Plastic, thanks for being a member. Is the Stealthburner mod for the Mark III's a good mod to do? I have no idea. I'd stand it on its back to do that, I think. I'm debating on what the best way to do this is. Let's put these on first. Let's get the... Make sure they're dry. Yeah, so Switchwire is Max's design. I had some participation in beta testing it and offering some parts. There are a few parts on the original design that I modeled, and I did the CAD cleanup and that, but it is Max's design. There's touchscreen advice for 2.4 with Raspberry Pi 3. Any of the Big Tree Tech or WaveShare models that have a mount out there that you like work pretty well. Hey, Maker Viking, welcome. How good is a cordless heat gun? I'm not convinced right now. It takes a little too long to heat up, and I don't think its max temperature is where I'd want it to be. But it's convenient. That's the comments on the heat gun. Okay, so this is going in here. The question I had is I still wanted this to, maybe I do this on its front. Yeah, there we go. Then I can put this guy right here. Oh yeah, just hold that right there. And then that tells me where to put it. See that. Now I can set this in. I'm gonna put the backer stuff here and then slide it into place. And this should put it in exactly the spot that I want it to be. You've seen the SID Klipper screen, basically an ESP screen. which connects to Moonraker. Pretty cheap for $10. I saw, Teaching Tech did something on that, right? I did not watch the video, but I saw something. I don't know anything about it though. I just saw like the thumbnail and the title. Okay, so then I can reach up in here and pull the other backer off. And then make sure this is all tight. There we go. That worked. Which cordless heat gun do you have? I love the cordless Ryobi. It's the DeWalt, because all my cordless tools, I can use the existing batteries. So I have the DeWalt one. Yeah, this, like I said, that's can be moved around. It's relatively stable. I think surprisingly stable. Okay, printer back. Teaching Tech did a video on that CUID. It looks like a $10 screen. I'll have to look at that closer. Beat me to it, but I'm also working on one with IPS capacitive screen. Not using the code he used, hoping to have it tomorrow. How long does the battery last? I don't know. I have a small battery on it right now. I only have a, what is this one? This is the 2 amp hour battery, but I have others. Start modeling up the Dueling X design from Printers for Ants. Interesting way to print 2 materials. Oh yeah, is that one of Z Rencho's designs? Okay, so I need 2 T-nuts up here. 2 M5 T-nuts. I'm gonna put both of them in just in case I find some reason to use them both. And are those, they're 30 millimeters apart. Let's see if, yeah, that's perfect. Long side to long side is just about perfect on these. So I'm just gonna put those in like that, and I can shift it into place later. Thought of picking up the Ryobi, but I have a small Wagner hobby heat gun that is easy to maneuver. Once you choose one brand, you have to stick with it for battery compatibility. I don't want multiple batteries. It's more important to have the same battery than having the best of that particular tool to me. Anyone a hint for good PETG filament brand which prints well, will less stringing? I don't have a lot of PETG experience, but any PETG you have to dry. So if you're having trouble with stringing, dry it. I bet you it clears up. Okay, someone asked, and I promised I'd talk about it. So the way I did the hex pattern on the Stealthburner, I have a Tridex. When I went to home it, it's not homing, and I don't know what is going on. I'm not sure. I didn't dive into it too deep. However, this is real easy on any regular printer, as long as you have a good, and I'm going to talk about Klipper printers. As long as you have a good pause macro, and the one that's built into Mainsail works reasonably well, works well enough. You get your file, and usually it's a multi-part file. If you go into Prusa Slicer and tell it you have 2 nozzles or 2 filament single extruders set up, when you open this file, it'll ask you if you want to open it as a multi-part file. You can do that, and then in the tool change macro in the printer settings, just put pause there. And every time it wants to change filament, it's just going to pause, and then you can just manually pull out the filament, purge it, and then resume. And you have to do that. I think for this, I only had to do that 3 times. And that's just a manual filament change. Did that help? Did that make sense? Hey, Chris. One of my recommendations, my oldest son was looking at cordless, buy into a battery ecosystem, not a specific tool. Yeah. Now, I bought into, when I first went shopping for cordless tools, I was looking for brushless and a selection of tools and cost. And DeWalt is where I ended up. Now, Milwaukee Milwaukee and what's the other one? The blue Makita were also options. But for the things I was looking at the time, DeWalt fit what I was looking for. Okay. Where are we at? So we have those there. What else can we do while we have the case off? We are going to do LEDs with it on. So I think we can just put the enclosure back on. For the dual color Stealthburner, I printed the accent color, which I can recall was only 3 layers, and then switched to the next color with a large Z hop, only 1 filament change. Here's the problem with that I ran into. I tried that. So the idea is you can have 2 models, you place them in the same spot on the bed. You can print the first one if it's less than so many layers, and then do a Z hop. These little pieces up around here got knocked off. So that's when I switched over to just the pause setup. Okay, let's put the case back on and then put that on, and so now this is just here. It's just a matter of figuring out which bits. There we go. Yeah. Already, that's just saved me a fortune buying Steve's tools. Yeah, I think for any of these cordless tools, I'd really be looking at brushless would be my #1 priority. Whenever I buy a new DeWalt tool for my setup, for the most part, it's gonna be brushless. Pretty sure, was this brushless? I don't think there was an option on this. Switchwire enclosure seems delicate. Me moving it around and stuff didn't prove that it's not that delicate. Similar batteries and brushless is a must, yeah. ADXL wires. Good thing it's thin. It'll pull right through. It'll be fine. That FFC cable is hanging out the back. High-end brands pretty much all use brushless motors nowadays. Yep. When I was shopping for mine, they didn't. You had to, I mean, they all had options, but it wasn't pretty much default for them to be brushless. What's the depth on the Switchwire compared to, say, a 2.4 or Trident with the same bed size? Much bigger. I mean, it is a bed slinger. There's only so much you can ask. I'm gonna put that one there. These. Make Anything on YouTube made a good tutorial on how to make color prints on the build plate. I think with a good pause macro, you know, like I said, even the one included in main sale is good enough. It's easier to just do it as one print. is your wear a hex screwdriver ball-ended or normal one? I have both. So this is the ball-ended one. This is the straight one. Do you think the enclosure can benefit from a design where magnets can be used to keep it assembled instead of brackets and double-sided tape? Maybe. That'd be interesting. Hey, Jose. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Watching this build really makes me want to build a switch thread. Okay, so that's there. Let's pull the tape on the outside of it there. Just need to get something in there that I'm not gonna scar up. There we go. I ended up with a 2.53 long boy. Nice. Oh, we didn't have these already. I don't know. Missed a screw. That one is the wrong one. I did not miss a screw. I misplaced. I placed one in the wrong location. This one does not go there. It goes down here. This goes up here. Okay, so then the whole reason I did that is so I can install this guy. Like I said, I'm not super thrilled with this design. I think it's going to be functional. I don't know if I would have rather just done something that just VHB'd to up here, but it is what it is, and it'll be okay. So I do have a little recess here for VHB, so it doesn't stick up. It should just hold down to the top there. Clean those. Dry it out. I always avoid VHB where I can. Yep, I get it. The alternatives, I was trying to think of alternatives, but I couldn't think of anything that would get my filament path lined up. So I'll just put a little piece in there. Don't get any of that IP on the acrylic. It's all acrylic right here, so I did get it on there, but I think it's fine. I did kind of forget that it was acrylic. I was more concerned with cleaning the thing. Okay, so that goes there, and then 2 screws go in here. So this has to line up as I put this. Should go right there. I used the other side of the cloth, John. Okay. Then that heat gun has a permanent magnet DC motor. Yeah. Should have put this on before, but okay. So that goes there, and then hopefully, I mean, I haven't tested this. Hopefully this makes it a little more forgiving. Nope, it still binds. I need to do something about the slot now. Yep, it still catches. If there's any bend to the PTFE, I think if the PTFE was nice and perfectly aligned, it would be fine. See, if I form it that way, it's fine. But I think there needs to be a protection for this sharp edge. If that was there, then it wouldn't catch. It's just the sharp edge that's catching. So maybe I need to play around with that a bit, but that's for another project. Anyway, with this kind of formed into place, that'll be okay for now. At least it relieves the angle from the spool and to begin. Yes, so it has a better chance. It has a better chance of not catching right now. And yeah, that is kind of little cattail-esque. The edges of the slot should be rounded. Yes, yes, it's on the inside. The top is fine. It's on the inside, and it's the edge of the print. I think the print could be. I wonder if it would be helpful to make this a two-piece, something that snaps together. Put it on here, the bottom piece snaps up and gives a nice radius on both sides. Bet you that would work well. Some elaborate bearing-based slider. Is that slot going to leak heat? Absolutely. It doesn't seem to make that big of a difference for basic ABS printing, because I've done it on the Switchwire. Use your deburring tool. But it is the 3D print. Let's see. Let's see if we can put a little bit of a relief on that. Let's do this one. Let's see if I can get down here and just kind of. Couple little shavings. And that right angle. There we go. Probably the back side. Deburring tools work best if you get just the right angle on it. I can always reprint this later if I screw it up. There we go. Let's see if that helps. That's a good suggestion. Shedding its fur. Should print that piece in palm. Give me a printer that'll print palm, John, and I'll do it. Hey, little intern. The right angle and the right pressure. Yep, there is definitely a skill to using these deburring tools well without digging into your part, especially on plastic. And this is my Noga set, if nobody. This is in my Amazon links, if you want to find it. Okay. I need a left-handed deburring tool, hard to find. I think, wasn't Stefan CNC Kitchen looking at that? Does he have one available? Okay, where are we at? Before I plug it in, let's get the LEDs going. Let's get the LEDs installed. So the kit comes with 2 LED strips, one with a short wire and one with a long wire. The main, I think the path that I want to take, you want to avoid the belt paths and stuff. So I'm gonna go right around closer to the front edge of the black acrylic panel here, and then just go down next to the stepper on either side. Now the controller is on this side. So, is that right? Let's confirm. I think the controller's on that side. Make special plastic color for the special plastics cutter for that handle. Oh, really? You want to send me a link at some point, Bill? Biggest problem pinning palm is getting it to stick to the bed. Yeah. Hey, Lutian. He has them listed, but they're out of stock. Okay. We're gonna go probably this side. Let's see if LDO has anything to say on the matter. Let's see if they have anything to say on the matter. Go to Voron. Hey, look, they've got Milo stuff here now. Look at that. Printed parts guide. Milo, I gotta go through this and get stuff printed. Anyway, we go to the Voron and switchwire kit and wiring guide. I think this is revC. Yep. So let me paste this link in chat. So you can follow along if you like. Let's see what they have to say about what side the LED wiring should go, because I want to make sure I can reach the controller. So this is talking about the tool board. There's the main board. We got the Pi. Power supply. All this stuff. Heat bed and fan. XYZ steppers, USB. LED strip. So use the provided to make the connection with touch panel and LCD. Route the LED cable through the same hole as the X stepper cable and install it into the fan 1 port of the SKR mini main board. So, ooh, we have almost 400 people here. How are we doing? So I didn't mention this before, but we have 2 hours to hit 300 likes by giveaway time. That's our goal. I don't have any more memberships to give this month, but okay. So we go down the X stepper motor. So they do have us going all the way through here and then around here and over to here. Oh, down the middle. Is that right? This way. And then down the middle. I had that backwards. Yeah, this way. Okay. Let me find the wire. Where is the wire? Cable kit. Electronics kit. There we go. So we have an LED strip wire. Bearded Bucket, thanks for the gifted memberships. Steer clear of the mains AC runs. Wow, I mean, it's hard to do that when we're going this way. We could go this way. There's no reason why not. It's about the same. It's this, it might be a little short though, because we're coming out right here. Well, we're coming out right here. Never mind. I think we'll go this way. I think I'll follow your advice. So we need to get this guy down through there. Let's see if I can just get it through from here. Hey, there we go. Awesome. It fit. And then this is going to go around there and there. Okay. So, and then it goes into the fan 1 port on the controller. So we are going to kind of shift the printer on my desk here. This might actually be a decent viewpoint. We're going to put our short LED strip in from the back here. I have about 4 inches extra CAN bus cable in the BT kit after routing the wires. Makes me wonder if I did something wrong. In the extra wire, I mean, they don't build it directly specifically for a printer, right? So if you have extra wire, it's just your printer didn't need as much. Am I understanding right? So you don't take the adhesive, you don't use the adhesive on these LEDs. They just slide in. It would be impossible to slide this in with the adhesive. So sometimes it can help to just kind of guide it along, push it in and guide it along like that. And that's going to put it right here. Now we have a LED board, which is, there's an LED splitter board. There's a little, all it is an LED splitter board. The board from the controller goes into one and then out to each LED strip. Talking of filament slaps, what happened to the Tridex? Did you ever use it? I've used it off and on, but right now it's not homing right, and I haven't had a chance to troubleshoot it. Extra wire is called a service loop. Yes. I had a student project doing odd things until we worked out the NeoPixel feed was next to the mains cable. We had diagnosed it was down to mains noise. These aren't NeoPixels. They're just LEDs. So running them the way they suggest would be fine, but we are going to try the other route. There's a little printed part with little printed tabs that go into this board. I've had mixed luck on these. Let's see if this, I'm going to push these in probably as straight as possible. I've had mixed luck on how well these work. We might be VHBing this directly to the, oh, there we go. Ah, it's holding. It was hard to put on, but it's holding. I'm not gonna mess with it too much. Now, since I put all my grubby finger oils on that one, clean it off. And then VHB. What else? More VHB. Definitely don't need a full strip of this. I'm just going to put 2 shorter strips. You have a video which explains how to print the switchwire mesh skirts. Yes, on Tridex Part 1, about 15 minutes in, I talk about it. Okay, so this is going to get installed in here at some point where I feel like it's going to plug in well, because I think we're going to have plenty of cable here. So I think we're just going to put it something like right there. Let's make it. And then this one, we're going to twist this to try to keep it. We're going to put a little loop on it. Make sure it stays within the, make sure it stays there. And put a little something like that. And then we're going to do the same with the other. Now, the question of securing this cable from just flopping around in here. This isn't, I don't think there's any real means of that in the thing. Use some tape, use some Tessa tape, a little bit of VHB, just a tiny strip on the edge of that. We'll stick it to the panel, probably varying success. I modeled a piece. Just a teeny tiny simple clip. just VHBs in there. That way I can pull this cable off if I need to pull the panel off. I just unclip it from the spots and it's done. So let's go ahead and do these. So these are just little bits of VHB on here. Hey, zombie. I thought bed slingers were dead. Who would want to build a bed slinger? Hey, Zach. Face opening towards the frame or away? I alternate it so that I do. I'm going to put 3 of those there, and I'm going to alternate them just so it has less chance of working its way free of one. Hey, Clee. So now if I figure these are going to go something like that, and that'll hopefully hold those all in there. So, Bamboo Lab want to build the bed slingers. But I thought they didn't, they started saying no more bed slingers. Okay, so right about the middle. I'm just using my eye to check that. It's good enough. Hey, Dragoid. Want to build a bed slinger type 1. There. And right about there. So then I'm going to plug this one into the bottom here, loop it down, and clip it into the pull through here. There. So that'll go in there like that. You can get a little better view there of the wiring going through here and then kind of sticking right there. Hey, Game from Germany, welcome. You need to use pogo pins, then you can take away the glass. Yeah, pogo pins are cool. There was a polar coordinate style printer a few years ago, a bed rotation. Not a few years ago, only last year. They started their business with the words, no more bed slingers. I'm on team bed slingers. I don't see any problem. There are lots of designs out there. Many of them are fun. Many of them are fun to build. Many of them are very capable. Okay, then I'm going to put 3 more along the top to keep the wires coming from the other LED strip out of the way. And I'm going to put 3, but really looking at it, I'd like 5, but I only printed 6 of these, so 3 will do for now. Oh. This is going to go right, and I'm going to go a little back from here. Oops, it's nowhere near the middle. Yep, that's really close to the middle. What do we got? Ella Fox, it's your birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday tomorrow. We got to get everybody to say happy birthday, Ella Fox. I'm going to put these this way. There. And then one more. Hi, BH. Hey, Steve, I got a question for you about bed slingers. I'm working on transforming my SV06 into a fully framed printer, building it with 2020 extrusions, already Klipper. Any advice? I'm working on transforming SV06 into a fully framed printer, binding it, building it with 2020 extrusions. Any advice? Have fun. I mean, I don't have any specific advice. I don't know. There's lots of ideas out there, lots of CAD out there that you can probably base things off of. Okay, this one goes up in here. Probably missed something through here. Those people are born in January and are left-handed. Are we printing sideways today? No. At some point, we're going to print upside down, though. Just not this printer. Okay, all the way in there. And then... Ew, I don't like that it's separate wires. I'd rather that be a cable. It's also making it slightly more challenging to get the wires into the... There we go. Okay, that's there. And then... there. Like I said, I think I want another couple of clips on here, so I'll print those later and put those on. Cable sleeve, yeah. Okay, LED lighting is on there. So now we can rotate this again. This is going to go, we're going to go ahead and take it this route. And we're going to tuck the wire into here, go across the pie, over here, and it says into fan 1. Which one is fan 1? Fan 2, fan 0. Fan 2, fan 1 is up here inside. Yep. Okay, so let's plug that in there. Tuck it into here. And I think this is kind of full, so we're gonna just put that back on. This is gonna go across here, and then we're gonna do a little loop in here. So I've got these 30-30 clips that are in the Switchwire repo, so I'm just gonna tuck one there. This is gonna go right there. Snap one right here. Ah, that one printed a little tight. There we go. Right underneath there, and then maybe on this on the side here. We'll just do like that. Just tuck a loop in there. Another one right here. And right here. There we go. So now our cable routing is that way. We're avoiding this cable channel. We don't need, I've left this on just because I hadn't had the, done that, but input shaper is done. That was done last time. We're gonna leave those settings. I don't have anything new to add to the input shaper. I will be doing some testing with different Y rails, but I don't have those, so. Was it 4 feet extra cable could be due to the fact that it was umbilical versus right through the cable chains. According to Noga, blades are shaped for plastic. There should be an S150 blade in your set. How do I know which one is the S150 blade? Is it labeled on it? Ooh, it might be. I cannot. If it is labeled on there, no, that was just some stuff. I don't think they are labeled. Here. Yeah, it's probably not good. Is there a... There's those two. And those two. Starting from 1, can you tell if any of these are the blade? Its focus is wrong. Technically ambidextrous with everything except writing. This means that LDO isn't doing orange kits. I think you can get orange in a Switchwire. Don't know. I'll look at the Noga site. Yeah, that's fine. Let me put all these back in here. Hey, flying gyroscope. Joining late today, YouTube wouldn't put your stream on my homepage this time. Weird. Not labeled. I have 2 of those kits now. They went on sale again, so I figured eventually I'm gonna want to kind of build up the tools for either shop so I don't have to make as many trips back and forth. So I figure if it was on sale, I'd grab a second one. Either that or use one mostly for metalworking and one for plastic, whatever. Okay, those are hooked up and in place. So I think we're done with physical changes. I think we can get into working on getting everything else working. No tool addicts on this stream, none at all. +1 for plastic stays nice and sharp, yeah. Hey, Brian. Welcome. And connected? Connected? There we go. Let's see. If we go in here, let's go more. And is there a spot in here? Macros? No. I was just wondering if there was already an option in here to turn on the LEDs. I do not see it. So let's go to the PF Dennis. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Thank you, very much. Okay, let's go into the printer. So let's try again. And here is our Charlie wire. And let's see if there's anything in here for turning on. Extruder fan. Okay, let's go to the settings. See if it's already in the settings, just not enabled. So let's go to our printer config. And we are looking for something with LEDs. Stepper, we got our heated bed, probe, temperature controller fan. Don't like the way that's set up, by the way. NeoPixel headlight, case light. So case light is on PC 7 and output pin. So do we have to set case light to true? And why isn't it just showing up in mainsail? Shouldn't that just show up then? If that's there, can I turn case light on somewhere here? Am I just missing the headlight? Oh, that's, what is that? Oh, that's the, that's the Stealthburner. Ooh, can we go different colors? Anyway, that's headlight. Shouldn't case light be in here? It's back where it was. What did the exclamation mark next to the update mean? Oh, this is a repo has untracked source files for some reason. I don't know. I've never seen that color picker for the LEDs. It's probably the new, whatever the newest version of mainsail. But anyway, we need to probably set up a macro to turn the case lights on and off. So I have one of those. I think I've got it on. What is that printer name? I'm just gonna go copy and paste from another printer. And then I wasn't showing any of that. I'm sorry. So if we go machine and here, where's my little macros for the case? The LEDs, where is it? Okay, it's not in there. Must be in here. Some of my setups are really... Ah, there we go. Let's copy those macros. We go in here and right under the LED setup. Fan, you have a case light. Here we are. So if we do that and we change this name to case light, and then we should see an LED on and off button in mainsail. Hey Martin. Hey Chris. I just use macros for the colors. So now if we go over here, dashboard, we've got LED off and on. And if I go here, we should be able to say LED on. Woohoo! And LED off. Ooh, nice and bright. I like it. LED off. LED on. Okay. The next part I want to cover is if we go in here to printer config, there are There, LED off. The Stealthburner, basic Stealthburner setup. NeoPixel headlight is what they're calling it. And this is just a basic, oops, sorry. This is just a basic setup for the Stealthburner LEDs. So we are going to go through and just copy and paste the Stealthburner repo stuff. And then I'm going to go look at that link for the other LED setup. So if we go to, what one do I want to use here? We've got a Voron Switchwire thing here. We're going to go all the way back to Voron Design and Stealthburner. There we go. Stealthburner repo and firmware should have some LED configs. So if we go through here, this is going to have the basic different macros for different color scenarios. So really it's as simple as grabbing this file, and this is mostly for the benefit of just the basic Stealthburner LED setup. We're going to save this to here, and we're going to call it Stealthburner LEDs and save. And then we're going to go back to our printer, and we're going to, first of all, we're going to comment out the stuff that's here. And we're going to include, and what was that file name? We got to say, we got to tell it we do want to keep that, but it's stealthburner_leds.cfg. And we'll just do that right here. So now we're going to save and close. And I'm going to upload that Stealthburner LEDs file that we just downloaded. So now if we go in and do a firmware restart. Nope, we're not done. My bad. We're going to firmware restart, but we need to go into Stealthburner LEDs and put the pin that it's going to use. So we're going to grab that out of here, and then we're going to go into Stealthburner LEDs and go down here where it says enter your LED pin name. Put this right here. Paste that. Now we can save and restart. That's the config that I use for Stealthburner LEDs. Yeah. So now we've got a basic, it's purple by default it looks like, but we can go into the dashboard here and set like nozzle LEDs on, which turns them white, and we can set a status of homing, which apparently is green, or heating, which is yellowish. Printing is red. We can turn the nozzle LEDs off and leave the status one, but this is basically what I'm using is these macros that were set up here. Now you can use these macros in your start G code. You can do it in other events. Now, since we have time, we're going to look at, because someone probably linked this other setup for, oops, where do I want to go? This other, so Julian Schill's Klipper LED effect. Let me see what this looks like. Let's explore this. Let's explore this live. So if we go to a new, here, let's go and recycle this window. Okay, and let me paste this into chat. Let's see what is involved here. Let's see what this is. Klipper LED effect. This is a standalone repository of Klipper LED effects module developed by Paul. So this is, shoot, what does he go by? Paul, I've met him. He's a good dude. What does he go by in Discord? Anyway, with contributions from myself, it allows Klipper to run effects and animations on addressable LEDs such as NeoPixels, WS2812s, or SK. So this work's in progress and currently in alpha state. This module can be installed into existing Klipper installation with an install script. What does this do? Does this change? Does this change our default Klipper? Are we going to end up with... Does it leave Klipper alone? That's not Vector 3D. No. I'm drawing a blank, but anyway. Check the video. Oh, Vector 3D guide. And then one from Tom's Basement. The programming of effects takes some learning. LED effects and so examples. Let's go to examples and look at what the 3 LEDs config. What is this doing? This is basically, is there anything different from what the... All kind of cool animations like rainbow strobes. Oh, okay. You just set one? How do you actually do it? Rainbow, I see. So this is going to replace that Stealthburner LEDs page. Let's see. And that would be these. So let's go ahead and, we don't need to download that. Let's go back over here. Simulator, what is this? I missed Steve is figuring out the LED effect. Yeah, just kind of exploring it. But I want to know what the install script does. Does it change core Klipper files? Am I going to end up with a, if I update Klipper, is it going to change this? That's kind of my core question here. Okay, Bill says nope, so I'm going to trust Bill. So let's go ahead and install it and see what it looks like. I don't know how far we're going to get along with this, and there's some more documentation here, so let's look at this. Let's install it, then we'll look at the documentation. So if we go over here and reconnect to this printer, it does not change your core files, it just adds additional. Okay, then I'm fine with playing. Let's play. Let's go here. Oh, here. We're going to get clone. We're going to grab this one. Run this. That. And then we're going to go in there. There. And then there is a install LED effect. If we look at that, dash LED underscore effect, what does this look like? Oops. So this is the home Klipper. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at this, but I don't know that I'm going to understand all of it. It's like camp. It adds some capabilities and makes the repo dirty. It doesn't modify Klipper. It may change configurations with no source code changes. Okay, well, I'm just gonna, Bill says it's okay. I'm gonna blame Bill if it goes wrong. So let's run this. Nothing more annoying than manually running git commands. I can't update Klipper because of file making the repo dirty. It does not make the repo dirty. Okay. It is installed. So, should be able to go back here, right? And grab this. I am going to just grab all of this. I'm just going to copy this. Go over here. I'm going to put this into my existing Stealthburner's LED config. This is going to get a little messy. I'm going to select all of this and comment it all out by hitting Control / to just get rid of all of this, just so I have it. And then we're going to put that other config right on top. Okay, that's a little messy, but, and then we need to come down here and we need to grab our pin. So we're going to grab our pin, and then up here we're going to enter our pin. I think it should just work, right? We'll look at the docs. But if we do that, oops, paste that in there and save and restart. I have this on all 7 of my printers with no issues. Awesome. If we refresh this, the update manager, and I know, is things in the way? No, okay. It should still be, I'm hearing it'll still be fine. This means it'll affect. This is going to look funny. We're learning. This is my, I'm going down ahead of time. I just want to do a refresh here and see what the updates, what the versions look like. And everything's looking, it says here that repo has an untracked source, this LED effects, but it's not giving an actual warning. So if we go to the dashboard, we have a whole new set of things here, right? Okay, let's go to go back here. We go here, there was a documentation. So let's read the documentation now that we've installed it. That Nighthawk had better be mine, the birthday gift. You get extra karma points for having a birthday tomorrow. I can't guarantee that it'll increase your chances, but you get the points. Mike's clipping for me? Weird. You set up the effect, then set up a macro, then call the macro. Are there any built-in effects? So we're wiring them, we're configuring them. We're configuring the effects. Effects are in a more abstract sense a state that the strips exist in. Mental. That was the name I was trying to think of. That's mental on Discord, right? Is that, am I correct or am I wrong? Anyway, effects state that exists. Effects can be compromised on 1 LED or 100. I just want to do an example. I don't want to make a new effect. I want to see it pulse an LED. How do I do that? It looked like it had one. Didn't it have one in here for pulsing? Homing, cooling. Because I thought I saw in the example files have a bunch of predefined effects. Yeah, isn't that what I just downloaded here? So LED effect, but there was one that said rainbow. Nozzle effects, here we are. SB nozzle heating. The example configurator is already set up to do the effect. A status macro. Oh, okay. It's all set up. That's neat. That's neat. Okay, that's cool. Here. Oh boy, let's see if we can, oh, that's gonna get overpowered, but status leveling, there's purple. There we go. It's all set up. Status ready. What about LEDs on? And then it's kind of cycling. The camera isn't picking this up. Let me see if the other camera will pick it up better. Let me get this one in here. And Yeah, that's much better. At least you can see some change. It's still a little blown out. Do this. That's much better. And if I just do, I can turn it off. I can turn logo LEDs on, which is just on. Calibrating Z. Just kind of different ones that kind of pulse. Status cooling. What is status heating? Is it red? There we go. So you can't do this with the default. You can't pulse like this with the default settings. So this is neat. I like it. And then, like Steven is saying, you take these macros and you can tweak them. You can do your own effects. I'm sure it shows you how. And then you include them in like your print start. So you can have it do its homing. So it does this while it's homing. And then it switches to, you're gonna do a mesh. And it switches colors and does a different effect. I tend to use less brightness in my definitions as it makes the colors more intense. In person, this is not nearly as bright as that. I can distinguish every color here in person. It's blowing out the camera. So, did I paste? So thank you, I appreciate it. Going through that wasn't as bad as I feared. Let's paste this in here. For anybody that missed it, this is what we just did. So we followed the directions live. I'd never seen this before. We just got it set up and it's working. We can use that in our print start if we wanted to. So. Mine is already set up to change on status of printer status. So you can, you put these here. Let's see what we have. Anyone know how to get printer call a macro after it's been idle a certain amount of time? I don't know. I'm sure there's a way. Welcome to the true RGB gang here. So let's go slightly more because I don't actually have, well, maybe LDO has one in here. So if we go into our config, is there a print start? So if we scroll through our config here, oh, here's print start. So you could go in here and say, okay, what was it? LED effect. Let me just bring up a new window so I don't have to keep switching back and forth. What was this? Status homing. So I think that was called status underscore homing, right? Go back here and go to the LED effects and then look for our, what is the, not the effect, but the, should it just be status underscore homing? Here we go. Here's the macros. So we want status underscore homing. So if we come over here and we want in our here, we can go, we're going to set our status underscore homing, right? Is that all we have to set? Is that correct? If you check the LED, you have them at the end with all the macros. So if I set that and then it's done homing, so I'm going to, and what's the next thing it's going to do? Let's just say it's going to heat. So is that just status heating? So status heating. So when it's done homing, I'm just gonna, and this isn't necessarily what you'd want to do. I just want it to change states. So you put this in your home, go save. And if I just run, I think our print start, is it in here? It's not, we have to run it. So if we run our print start macro, and all, is that correct? So now it's running through the homing. It's going to home, and then it's going to change to the heating. See? Now it finished homing. Now it changed to another thing. What is it actually doing on the print start? What's the next thing it's going to do? If you check the LED, you have them. Very nice. Insert. Yeah. So just wanted to, that's not exactly what you'd want to put in those, in all of those spots, but just wanted to touch on the example. You should be able to also just put those. If you don't use a print start macro in your config file, you should be able to bring up Prusa Slicer and over here in your custom G code, right here, you should be able to put status homing. Same thing in here, because it's just passing this off to the printer to process. So, and you can run through whatever other status things you want to put in there. LED Effects also has an emulator you can run on Windows where you can put in your pattern rules to see what they look like in real time. That's really cool. If you're annoyed with having all the macros in the quick macro tab, you can hide them, change to _ status _. Can you review the end macro and look at how to change the part to the corner instead of the middle? The variables are throwing me off. The end macro in the default Switchwire config. Right now, I'm not actually using Klipper macros. If you notice here, this is my profile that I've been using for the Switchwire. I have all of this set up in the slicer. I'm going to switch over to starting to do more macros in the config files because there are advantages. There's more things you can do with that. But I think my message is you don't have to. Whichever way, whatever works for you, you should go with. And then at some point understand what the advantages or disadvantages are and make a decision that way. But if I was to look at the end macro here, if I was to look at the print end macro, so what is this doing? It is getting whatever the position max for the printer is, and it's putting it at max X minus 20. So it should put it over on the right side, and max Y minus 20. So it should put it in the back corner. This print end should put the tool head in the back corner. Oh, it's putting them also to, why is it doing this? Oh, is that, oh, this is X safe. X safe equals 20? I don't know. Print end. Here, let's see. Let's run print end. Will that run? Extruder below minimum temp. It won't. Here, let's heat it up. Can you post your slicer start, stop, etc. code in your Git to review for the Voron series printers? I'd like to get away from specific Klipper. So, Steven, that's interesting to me. Can you maybe send me a message or something? Why would you prefer not to use the Klipper start G code? Why would you rather use the slicer? That's interesting to me because I only use the slicer because that's what I have everything set up for. And I'm not sure that I would like that better than doing it in macros, but I'm going to switch some of my printers over to doing it in a macro so I learn more about that. And make sure there's Z headroom to move up before trying to do that. Yeah, but I wanted to, so let's go ahead. Now I'm going to rerun that print end and see what it does. So it puts it there. So apparently that's where it puts it. Okay, we are almost 2 hours in. The next thing I want to talk about with this build series before we get into doing an actual print is bed mesh. So a bed mesh, macros are way easier to manage and prevent printers from doing unexpected things. You can do the same things in a slicer profile as you can in a macro. The basic things. I think you can do additional checks and stuff on the printer, but so bed mesh on a switch wire. So camp, let's look at that. So camp has multiple functions that it does, right? So it's Klipper adaptive meshing and purging. For a switch wire, you can use camp, but I don't recommend you use the meshing part of it. The purging part, sure, you can use the purging part, do a custom purge, do whatever. But a switch wire, I don't think is a good idea to do the adaptive meshing because, oh, Klipper splash screen. Thanks, Sean. That is next. After talking about meshing, we'll get into the splash screen. And I might need some help because the instructions I have are to do this with Kio, whatever. I want to do it without it. Excuse me. Mic clipping off again. Is my mic clipping for anyone else? Was it? It's not Mike. Someone else mentioned that before. What? I don't know why it would be clipping. Hey, Pex Peppers. Okay. So I only wanted to talk about camp for the point of I don't want to use camp here. It has, okay. I probably need to change where my receiver is for the mic. I don't want to use camp because I want to bring up, let's go here for a moment. I'm going to bring up the right things. This is, let's go here. On a switch wire uses the Mark 52 heated bed, right? And it has magnets embedded in it. And switch wire has a inductive probe by default. And inductive probes are impacted by magnetic fields, right? So, turn out the room lights, why? When you run a mesh, your ideal mesh is going to avoid these magnets, and the Mark 52 bed is covered with them. It's a minefield of magnets. So, I've heard something that sounded like a cutout cable issue. Interesting. So, this minefield of magnets causes your mesh to be interesting if you try to probe over them. Beacon would be a bad idea with this because of the magnets there. It's like you're playing paddle ships, yeah. So this is what this is I downloaded this DXF from Prusa's website. They published this DXF. I brought it into Fusion, and then I just drew a bunch of boxes at random with no prior information on how big these need to be. I just kind of drew a bunch of boxes with the intent of setting up what's called in Klipper is called faulty regions. So if you go to on the Klipper docs, what probe do you recommend for the switch wire for chamber stability? The Omron is working, you'll see the Omron is probably going to work okay. There's probably better ways to do it, and it won't be an issue with BL Touch. You're right, Itik. There's something that you can do in Klipper called faulty regions. So you can define the min and max points. So you would define this bottom corner and then the top corner in two different setups here to define a region that Klipper is going to try to, instead of probing the middle of that, it's going to probe up to 4 points surrounding it and then take an average to get that point in its mesh. So normally it would be going along, and this is a 4x3 mesh. Is that right? And when one of those points falls within a faulty region, it'll probe around it and then take an average. So that gives a little more context to what this looks like. I've kind of drew these boxes and then took measurements from the edge of the bed to define those faulty regions. And then I started running, I put this into Klipper, into my config, and I started running a bunch of different meshes, 6x6, 5x5, 6x5, all of these, to see what kind of results I was getting based on the graph that comes up at the end. So for instance, this is a 6x6 mesh with, I think this is without faulty regions set up. So this is just a plain 6x6 mesh here without faulty regions. And then that, and then what is this? This is a 4x4. And I think this is without faulty regions as well. I did a bunch of tests without faulty regions, and then I did it with faulty regions. And when it was doing that, I could see certain areas where it was doing extra probes and moving the head in odd ways than you would expect. Let me see what this one is. I skipped through some of these. Let me see. Let me bring up what I know is a first 6x6 with faulty regions set up. Let me bring that up from Discord. And bear with me. I did a bunch of them. Gotta figure out where it started. That one, 6x5, 5x5, 5x4, 4x4, and then 3x3. And then this one is, so if this is, what is this? This is 6x6 without faulty regions set up. And we've got about a 0.5 millimeter range here. This one, I think it'll come up right there. Yeah. This is 6x6 with faulty regions set up. Okay. Not much better. Not much better. I went through all of this and I didn't really get great results. There was one 3x3 mesh that I got reasonable results on. When you look at, so this is all, so back up just a little bit. All of this is based on where your 0, 0 point is, right? So all of this is based on where your 0, 0 point is. So I made sure that I set my position end stops such that my nozzle was at the front, very front corner of the bed at 0, 0. And to do that, I ended up with actually a 242 millimeter Y end stop position and 250 millimeters in X. So I adjust it. This is an early graphic that I made. So and then you have to set up what your mesh bounding is. So on Stealthburner, the probe is offset 25 millimeters in Y from X. So if you can't probe the front edge of the bed here because your nozzle is here, but your probe is 25 millimeters back in Y. So when you set your, for instance, when you set your printer config, and actually I split this out to a different file just so it would be easier to edit. But when you set your mesh min and max, it makes a difference on how it deals with those faulty probes, faulty regions. And so if I set this to my X somewhere in here and Y, I'm having to avoid these magnets here. So this, it's going to do its probe within that bounding box that you set for the mesh. Does that make sense? Hey, Shemmy. You could buy a Mark 52 without magnets on it and then stick the large magnetic sheet on. And that magnetic sheet weighs more than a steel sheet. So you're adding the weight of basically 2 steel sheets onto this. And I don't know if it's going to heat up as well. Anyway, we're getting somewhere here. We're getting somewhere. So with the same mesh bounding box, I ran through the full range of mesh combinations, and I didn't get any better results. I think this is a 4x4. Okay, so then we get into, I started playing with, and I actually thought to do this in CAD. I drew where the probe points are going to be based on a given configuration, and started looking at where those probes are lying in relationship to where the magnets are. And this right here is actually the best results I got with using faulty regions. I left all the faulty regions in place and I did a 4x3 mesh, and I got less than 0.2 millimeters difference across the mesh. Okay. And it was probing around these points. And that seems pretty reasonable. You can probably work with that. Something less than 0.2 millimeters, less than a layer height, is probably going to be okay. Then I started playing a little more, and what do we have here? We have, and I tried to rotate that. We have a 4x4 that, well, let me see, what else do I have here? It started, I looked at what setup could I do that would have basically completely avoid most magnets, and I ended up with this, basically. So a 4x4 that I get a little close to a magnet here and somewhat close to a magnet here. So I set up only 2 faulty regions on this, and it was doing okay. But what I was seeing is these 2 high spots right here. These 2 points, you see these on either side? Those coincide with these probes, which are basically surrounded. There's more than a significant area around that probe point that has magnets. So, and then we've got the faulty region here. So then I played around a little more with the bounding box of my mesh. So now we're here, where I've moved these probe points, instead of right here, they're inside. So you basically have one magnet somewhat close to it. And notice I don't have any faulty regions defined. So a 4x4 with no faulty regions, and Steve Builds made me do it. And this is a different one, but where is the, nope, that's that one. With all of that, my best results are right here, which is not bad. 0.181 across. This is without using any faulty regions, going through all that mapping and not needing. So that is using this basically as the configuration. So if we go back to, this is my bed mesh setup. This is me going in and measuring all 20 faulty region zones that I had identified, and then not needing any of them to get a pretty reasonable bed mesh out of it. So, did I miss anything in chat? Because I was talking a lot there. We're talking of tap. I see a lot of chatter about tap with Switchwire, and the bed's just too flexy. It just doesn't work. Any questions on that? Was that worth talking about? It's a thank you for becoming a member. Wouldn't you want those regions if you plan to use camp? Yes and no. The problem is there are so many. It's such a minefield of magnets that you will end up in an area where it can't get a good average. It can't get a good average when you have all of these regions set up and you are changing your bounding box for your mesh. So that's why I don't think that camp is a good candidate for Switchwire. The purge line part of it, sure, you can do all kinds of cool purge line stuff, but I would skip the meshing part of camp on Switchwire. Now, let's talk about one more factor. Let's go back to one of these images here. Let me see if I can find one of the screenshots. Yeah, here. So this is, because of the way the image is rotated, this one's rotated wrong. This is the right side of the printer. This is the left side of the printer. What this also tells me, which is interesting, assuming the magnets are impacting them about the same, what this is telling me that I'm very, very slightly, like fractionally millimeter off on my gantry tramming. So to get this last one, these are right on. I mean, basically even. I actually changed my belt tension on the left side. I loosened it a little bit to bring that, yeah, I loosened it a little bit to bring that side of the gantry up just a hair. This is a pretty flat bed already. Other than gantry level, you should probably print without a mesh. You could. I mean, the problem, well, actually, I don't necessarily agree now that I think about it a little more, Nogorot. The problem is you really have to have that perfect gantry. And I think a mesh is still a good idea on Switchwire. Pathetic Puma, thanks for the gifted memberships. I move the slider all the way to the right so it looks presentable and not amplified. Yeah. Can you do a like 19 by 19 bed mesh and see the effects of the magnets? I think I've tried that, but and someone with a Prusa did that. I don't think it works out all that great, at least with the mainsail bed mesh viewer. Maybe if you had a different way to process that data, it might look a little more interesting. I did all, that's a good point. Things change when you heat things up. I did all of these tests with a 60-degree bed that had been sitting there at 60-degree bed for a while. The door's open. It should be fairly consistent. And I did it all within a few hours yesterday. Hey, Chris, welcome. Anyway, this is what I came up with after I adjusted the gantry. And then I'm at 0.18 range on the mesh. Things that I'd be looking at beyond this for see if it has an impact. What I want to try is I want to put a Prusa Pinda probe in here. It's an 8mm probe instead of the larger Omron probe. I want to see if I have a little more flexibility in where I can probe to avoid the impact of the magnets. It also has a shorter trigger range. It's only like 2 or 3 millimeters, I think, on a Pinda. Is it possible to run tap on Switchwire with 2 Y linear rails and aluminum profiles? Possibly. It's all about stiffness of that Y setup. I plan on don't forget to like. Yeah, we're over 400 people and over 200 likes right now, and we've got about 49 minutes to get to 300 likes, and I think we should get to 400. Doing some magnetic field compensation. Yes, so Prusa has full control over the sensor they're using, where it's at, where all of the mesh ranges are. They have a lot more information to provide a good mesh. I used a super pinned on my 2.4. It works okay. The problem is the size of the wire on the 2.4. I think on a switch wire it will be okay. Yeah. And for installing it on this printer, it's going to be a challenge because there isn't a 5-volt selection for the probe. So I'm going to have to get 5 volts somewhere else because the Pinda is a 5-volt 5-volt probe. Have you thought about the BTT microprobe or Sideswipe or other switchwire appropriate clicky solution? I have thought about that. Other options going into that. So other things I want to try is a Pinda probe to see how it impacts it. But at the same time, I'm going to just print with this like it is and see how it works. Because I think I've gotten to a very good point here for what it is. But other things to try is clicky, BL Touch type probes, that kind of thing would be good to try. Franchester, welcome. It'd be nice if there's strain gauge compatible with Stealthburner, so to use not only for probing but also automatic Z offsetting. Yeah, strain gauge would get rid of. I would replace all my taps with a good strain gauge setup. Hey Josh, welcome. So nobody in Europe. Oh, 3D Jake does. Yeah, I was gonna say you can probably contact just about any LDO distributor and they can get it. The Switchwire is on their lower end of printers in demand, but let's go back here. Turn status off. Do you Z-tilt on a Switchwire? You cannot. You cannot Z-tilt on a Switchwire, Jack, because X and Z are linked by belts. There's no independent control there. That's why setting the gantry tram is so important. And we do that with those same size objects underneath the rail on each side of the rail here, not under the extrusion, because you want a reference to the rail. And then you adjust it with belt tension. You can do screw tilt adjust if you had a flexible spacer. These are rigid aluminum spacers. The concern I have with any of the flexible spacer solutions where you're adjusting the bed is you're basing that data off of an inductive probe that could be impacted by magnets. If you used a feeler gauge at the screw points instead, that would be a more valid method to do that. Are you going to be playing with the LDO Milo CNC? I am. I will be building a Milo on stream. I'm using the CR Touch without any issues on my underwire with Stealthburner. It's not enclosed. Do you have it mounted where the Omron goes? Because that's a pretty tiny little device, right? And Big Tree Tech has one that's really tiny. Hey, Rick. I also put the silicone space mod and have used screw tilt adjust when I went to clicky. We did it on stream. One of my early streams, we put the silicone mod on. Was it my Switchwire or did I do it on a Prusa? Are you gonna do a servo clicky? I might try it on here. I'm really encouraged by actually being able to get a good mesh here. My original Switchwire, I had a Pinda on, and I think it is probably, I want to confirm, but I think it is easier to get a mesh with a Pinda. But actually going through and spending the time to go and map out a good mesh, I think was well worth the time. So, how does slicing with a printer compared to preparing for a CNC mill? So you do CAM for a CNC mill. Which is your computer aided machining or whatever. you do tool paths on a CNC, on a subtractive manufacturing process. Too many stream sprinters to remember which you applied the silicone mod. I know, I don't even remember. It's a 3D printer, not a surface grinder. Close is good. And I think this is really close. We'll see how it actually does in practice. I need to use it like this because I feel like we need to confirm with the proper settings that this is, and many people are using these, so it is confirmed, but confirm for myself that this will work. It's smaller and lighter than CR Touch, and it fits in the stock probe location. Feel Touch fits also, but due to being plastic behind the hot end, it's not usually recommended. Okay, next thing I need to do, and I don't actually know how to do this, so we're gonna learn, is I have a cool new splash screen for the display. So let me find that. Let me find that in my Discord messages. And moment. Together a special splash screen. So let me download this to the folder. And then how do you set this up? So let me go here, actually, and I'll bring up the, let me copy this link. Clicky camp is fine. Yes, absolutely. If you're not using an inductive probe, feel free to use camp on Switchwire, but I don't think it's a good idea with an inductive probe. Could sensorless homing work for the Z-axis and mesh bed, or would it not? It's not accurate enough. You only have what, full step accuracy with sensorless? Okay, there is some instructions that Cameron sent me over for doing this screen. Splash screen on here. Is this, let me look at this. What do we got? This is not what I wanted. What else do we have? LDO installer. There will be a menu option to install a screen. Splash screen. But can we go to the Klipper screen docs? So I want to do a splash screen on the touch screen here. I don't want to use Kiao if I can avoid it. How would I do this manually? Is there a splash screen option here? It's on the Voron guides. Phil, are you talking about for the splash screen? We're at 299 likes. Awesome. Let's see. This is theming. I want a splash screen. Okay, Phil says it's on the Voron docs. Let's check the Voron docs. docs.vorondesign.com. And if we go to, what if I search for splash? Does that come up? Add the new splash screen. What is this? Voron Raspberry Pi boot screens. Awesome. Look at those Voron guys. This is where we're at. Look at those. Look at these Voron docs, folks. These are pretty cool. Can I do a video? I think it needs to be a video. This guide will only work on Raspberry Pi OS Lite images. If you're using Fluid Pi or Mainsail OS, those images will work. Will work or won't work? This guide will only work on Raspberry Pi OS Lite images. If you're using Fluid Pi or Mainsail OS, those images will work. I know what Klee's gonna say next. Put in a PR to fix it. Start by removing all the default screens and also the Raspberry images. Also disable all the boot up lines. So you edit the boot config to remove the color test rainbow screen. Okay, add disable splash. I like Clee's response. Disable splash and then edit command line and add the following. Can we do a video? The new splash screen. Is it the same thing? Take a few seconds to install. To make the image readable, the frame buffer image viewer. Can we do a video? That's what I want to know. The VZBot instructions work well for adding the splash screen if you have difficulty with the instructions you're using. Take a few seconds, add the following. We're going to do this and this. Install. Where do we tell it what we put in? Place the image on the Pi and name it boot image.png. What if I want a video? Could a twisted extrusion create an offset on one side when doing bed mesh? Can I set, where do I set that thing? Can I just change this to boot image dot whatever file name? Is that what I would do? Is just change this to the actual video that I have? Does the rest of this work if I just change this to video? The VZBot instructions will work with videos? How similar are the VZBot instructions to these? Kittrell, we're getting there. We're getting there. Jason and Cameron came up with something to put on here, so. Correct, but never tried video. Well, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll switch gears to the VZBot instructions. So let's follow this along. So we are going to just start doing the thing. So we are going to sudo nano /boot /config.txt. Okay. I would doubt that video would work at boot time. It's supposed to, right? It works, VZBot does it? Yeah. So, and then we want to add disable splash 1. Hey, engineering chaos. Let's just try this. I'm learning, you're learning. That's not what I want. And I'm gonna, oops. I'm just gonna put this down at the bottom, I think, right? And paste that. And then Control O to output it, and Control X to quit. Edit boot command line .text. Should do that so I don't have to type it. Boot command line .text. What are we doing? Add the following to the end of the first line. No logo, remove the Raspberry, okay, so no logo, no logo, removes the Raspberry Pi logo. Console disables the commands and various bits of the kernel, and then removes a blinking cursor before the image loads. So this does all those things. Boot time and less secure boot has developed some new capability. There used to be no way before drivers load. Okay, so I think add the following to the end of the first line. So the end of the first line. Okay, so this just adds all the stuff to here. And I just want to make sure I didn't accidentally not leave a space there or something. So this should be right. Be careful to add, not to add spaces. I linked the VZBot instructions on Discord if you need them. Thank you, Michael. I'm gonna try this, and if it doesn't work, we'll shift over to those. And remove the login prompt by running this. So disable that. Did that. What, no Vi? I do not have an opinion. I've been shown how to use Nano from the beginning. Control LE. To make the image readable, install FBI. FBI is a frame buffer image viewer. So sudo apt get FBI. Nice build, Steve. I've also recently finished my Ender to Switchwire conversion. Congrats. You get a serial number on it? Yes, we want to continue. Oh, we've forgotten how to use Vi. I am sore. Lots of shoveling lately. And I'm 440, 33 minutes. We have 300 and something. Are we going to hit 400? We can hit 400 likes. Kelly got snow. Kelly has a very, very diverse climate. There are many areas that get snow every single year. Lots of snow up there. I am a whole 15 feet above sea level. I never get snow. Yeah, not never, but I never get snow that sticks around. There's the odd year where snow will fall, but it basically never sticks. Okay, that is done. It will take a few seconds to install. After that, we have to create a file, splash screen service. So let's create this file. Okay, and then we're going to add the following. All of, can I just copy that? Will that copy that thing? Will that paste it in there? Haha. Tahoe is partially in Canada. Kelly, yep. Yep, Yosemite. I saw frost outside one morning a few years ago. Okay, and then I think this guy, if what is true, we want to go up here. What was this? Control A to the end of the line? No, Control E? Aha, Control E to the end of the line. And what is this file name? Let me see what this file name is. So we're gonna call this, and this is gonna, oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's just do this. I'll spoil it, but LDO DO dash, oops, underscore Charlie dot MP4. Is that gonna work? We'll find out. You're trying to open video with an image viewer that most likely won't work. I'm not, can anybody tell me that I'm wasting my time? If they can, then I will shift gears. This is telling us, what is this? Tells FBI which frame buffer. Okay, so this is just explaining what it's doing up there. Place the image on the Pi and name it. The image should live in the main home directory for the Pi user. Home Pi, okay. And then enable this. Go in here, and now we're gonna go output this, and then I'm gonna go to WinSCP, which crashed. And we're going to connect to Charlie Wire, and we are in, so the full path was what? Home Pi. And then we're gonna go here, we're gonna go there, right? Hey, Biney. And then start the service. And then reboot. Okay. Let's see here. I went to sleep. If you, let's see, let's wait. Okay, so this goes to sleep. If you don't know, you can go into more and where is it? Configuration, maybe it's Klipper screen. And then if you scroll down here, you can tell it screen power off time. Never. You can do that. And I do that on most of mine because I don't want it to turn off. You need to use LVC instead of FBI for video. Is that the only difference? Is the rest of it the same, Mark? Because this is probably not going to work. So let's find out. I'm going to reboot right now and see what it does. And then we'll go over and look at the VZBot instructions and do the things that are different. Switch modes depending on what OS I'm sitting in front of. I tend to vibe when playing on. Yeah. So this did not work. It says failed. So let's go. Where's the VZBot? Someone posted the VZBot instructions. Okay, splash screen. So let's copy that link. That did not work, as I was warned. But these are still. I think if we did an image, these would have worked fine. So let's look at, maybe the Voron docs could take a little inspiration and add video options. It said failed. Yep. Klipper screen, boot flash screen. So let's go through here. We have OMX players deprecated. Please use this. Please use CLVC with this commands. That's only choice on Debian Bullseye. I need to run commands as Pi user since root is not allowed to use. So what is this? The instructions are not as verbose. So what is this? This is what should be contained within this file, I'm guessing. And we have that file, right? Let's go back in here. There's one I have seen. Am I on the right page here, folks? Then change splash service to execute start bin splash display. Do I need to install CVLC? I'm on the right page. Okay. And then I want to. This is in. Just do this. Is this the? Nope, that's not there. Let me see here. There's a quick guide link above. Those are the changes to the guide that need to be observed. Link in first row. Link in first row. I don't know. Start off by installing VLC. Okay, let's do this. This was not what I wanted. Let's start off by installing VLC. Sudo apt -get install VLC. Check we're running. above the image. Scroll up in the guide. Oh, guide. Okay. Boot up video for Klipper screen. What you need. Your work can be separated into 2 tasks. Remove all the current boot. Guide is at the top. I found it. And then this, we need to say yes. We're installing that. In order to get a quiet boot up screen, you need to edit 3 files. Oh, you need to edit all 3 of these? We didn't do that before. So we did that. And on this one, we want to turn this on. revC local. So we're going to do that too. Didn't do that before. This is going to install though. We'll get this, and we might even print today. I'm glad I did it because I think we've covered a lot here today. That page won't work. Okay, then but it's, tell me what to do. Hey Joe. So once I install this, do I just go back to the splash service, that command? Nothing like crimping. That's what the VZBot specific instructions are for. Most people don't know that Unix was called that because it originally only had 1 thread. Will you be posting your mesh file somewhere? Yes. Yes, I can absolutely post those. Okay, VLC is installed, but I need to know, this is the VZBot, this is where the VZBot instructions go. Are we supposed to be not following these? So basically, now run this. So I take that, and where was the Voron? This, and this should go right here, basically. Nope, not that. I didn't copy that. Oh. What is going on? I'm getting lost. No. I hit the button twice. It's further down on the VZBot page. Everything else should be good. There's lots of instructions. Yes, follow that guide, but insert the VZ info where applicable instead of the OMEX player. Your line is too long. Yeah. So is this all I have to do is change this guy? Do I just need to replace this line here? No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just getting lots of, oops, not all of that. I only want that. If I just go in here, paste that, and change this to LDO _ Charlie, will that work? I'll have to comment out or just delete this because this doesn't work. Also remove the boot video directory from the file name. Oh, thank you. let's look at this a little closer. 1 pi there. Thank you. There. I'm splitting instructions here, and I think I need to follow one set. So that didn't work. That didn't work. I'm splitting instructions here. So let's make sure it didn't work. Yep, that didn't work. So let's reset. I am being told that the VZ bot instructions will work. So what of these you need to copy the user equals pi line to that splash screen config? Does that make a difference? Is that all it is? If that's all it is, wait. That root cannot run VLC. I did see that. You're right. I bet it's because you're using Nano. That's at the user environment that is running Pi user permissions. Let's see. Oh, there it is. It did work. Nice. Awesome. Okay. Success. Thank you, Jason and Cameron. I'm sorry I forgot about that. I meant to do it a couple of streams ago when we first set up the screen, but victory. Thank you. Thank you, folks. We got through it. Awesome. Okay. Let's print something. We have 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes until and how often will you reboot once? Well, yeah, but still. We have 15 minutes till giveaway time. We are somewhere very close to 400 likes, I'm sure, right? Yeah, let's do it again. This is true. We need to do it again. Everybody needs to be prepared. I think that's a great idea. Restart. Host. You gotta do it again. Now make a manual so we also understand what to do. 344. 455 people here. We can hit hit 400 in the next 15 minutes. Well, did it do it? Because I was actually paying attention to chat. Now you need a chaos theme for Charlie. I set my Klipper screen to auto launch. It did do it. Okay, good. Because I was actually watching chat and not the screen. Carrot oranges from Florida to Cali. Now you just need an orange static splash screen before the video loads. Oh, yeah. Can you do that? Can I just add a line before that it's basically the Voron docs that puts an image there? So anyway, what are we going to print? Well, what I was thinking about printing, and I probably need to go grab the filament, is I was thinking about printing a piece for the printing a piece for the 240Z RC car, because I need to print more pieces, and I've got all of them printing on the on my Mark IV, but let's print a couple on here. Yeah, this is a Big Tree Tech 4.3 inch display. Yeah. Startup videos. Mike, thanks for the gifted memberships. Let me go grab some filament. And I will be right back. And then we'll print some of the bits and pieces that are supposed to be silver for the 3D Sets 240. Did you also run the line for RC Local that adds a second image between splash and loading of Klipper screen? I didn't do that. I'll be right back. Let me let Dancing Max take care of things for a bit. Okay. Managed to catch live. Welcome, the Max. Someone gifted me a membership earlier today. Awesome. First seeing the boot log fly by. Too much of a nerd. Did you model a custom mounting CAD for the Big Tree Tech screen? No, this is provided by LDO in the print files for the Switchwire. I really like having a touchscreen on this printer. Scroll out a little bit. It takes a modified front skirt. It's offset because the handles for the door, but I like where it's at. Should be available for everyone as a boot screen. I'm going to print in some silver. This is just Prusament silver PLA. But I also want to do some very minor, super minor print tuning. So if I go here, feed this. There we go. Just gonna keep this most of the way. Might make the Switchwire TFT mount for my V2. Okay, so that in there. I need to do something about this. We'll see if the deburring I did helped. I want to clean up the build surface. It should still be relatively clean, so a little IPA wipe down should hopefully do well enough. And then I'm not going to print the part yet. I'm going to do a little calibration print first. Just a real basic one. So let's go with, we've got 9 minutes. How close are we to 400? open up the slicer. So we have this stuff. I'm going to over here. 375. 25 in 8 minutes. Okay, so my general process when I'm first setting up a printer and going to print a new filament on it, I use profiles that I already have set up as a basis, but I often print this little, let's go here, and I've got some, this little cube file. So it's short, it's got a rounded corner at the front, kind of helps identify what orientation it was on. And I print this one of two ways. If I also want to check first layer consistency, I'll go in here and I'll do 2 perimeters. I'll set 0 top layers and 1 bottom layer. And then the infill, I'm going to set to 0% infill. And so just a real basic hollow box. And what this is going to do is give me some idea on wall thickness and then first layer, and then I can see what PA is doing a little bit on the corners. So it's just a quick calibration print, and then the first layer helps me just kind of see how the first layer is going to go down. So I do want to preheat the printer. So 390, 10 more to go in 7 minutes. It's the opposite of Soviet Union, where farms would only fertilize the plants along the road edges and then sell the fertilizer on the black market. So I'm gonna preheat it, get the bed up to temperature. Now this is PLA, I can just start the print. The print does all this too, but while we're sitting here, oh, apparently I've got 2 copies going. This was me testing, let me make sure all the, well, that's, okay, let's save. This was the settings that I saved for the cube I was printing. So let's close the other instance then. Let's just close that. Discard any changes. Discard. Okay, let's reuse the first window since it was already open. Move this back in here. 395. Okay, and then 0 and 1. So I'm going through the process I go through. It's not necessarily the best process to use. There's probably other ways, more efficient ways. Now we're here. 397. I don't think I've changed anything on here that would impact first layer from what we were doing before. So I think we should be okay there. Peaches do come from a can. Who put them there? Says the self-protest, no, completely musically inept. 400, nice. The cat is on the keyboard. Oh. Celebrate the completion of Charlie Wire by closing the drawer with no warning. With the drawer with no warning exactly on time. What fun would that be? It's got to be least expected. You guys got to forget that I've said that at some point. Odin the dog. Where are we at? 57. We hit 400. We're at 500 people. Woo! Have you tried the E3D Obsidian yet? If so, did you need to raise your printing temps at all? I did not. I have Obsidian, whatever. So I have not had to change my temps. I've had pretty good luck. I was in the beta program for that. So I printed like, how much was it? Was it 6 kilograms of abrasive filaments through the beta nozzle? On my orange Trident before it was Tridex. Let's see. We are 2 minutes away from giveaway time. So just a reminder, we do give away a roll of Polymaker filament every main stream. Link is in the description. This stream, we're also giving away, thanks to LDO, we're giving away one of the Nighthawk USB toolhead boards that come in these kits, since they were released a little earlier than I kind of expected. So kind of nice to have an opportunity to give that away. And we'll be giving a couple more away when I actually do an install on one of the other printers. I'm going to do a build series that's installing Leviathan, Nighthawk, the different X gantry, rail. Probably it'll get Galileo 2. We're just going to basically refresh my green V2 as a build series. So what did you print with all that filament? John saw a lot of the things, because I took a lot of them to open source. So lots of, I did a lot of these. I did a lot of these in black carbon fiber as this piece, and then glow in the dark. The glow in the dark one was that. Thanks, Shammy. So Nighthawk is a tool board only. Yes, it's for Stealthburner. It is a toolhead PCB. It connects via USB though. No revo issues here. The spring seems to keep it in place. It was a V6 style that I was testing. It was before the revo one. I've been using Obsidian on my Mark IV and XL for quite a while and haven't changed temps at all. Yeah, I put the Mark IV version in my Mark IV, and it's printed all of the 240Z stuff. Thanks for the gifted membership, Shammy. I can't be sure if I actually tightened it. I blob. Oops. Do you have any tips for carbon fiber prints? No, carbon fiber prints tend to be easier, especially when you get into the ABSs and nylons and stuff like that, because the fill helps keep it helps reduce the tendency to warp. Carbon fiber tends to make it easier to print a filament, as long as you don't want to go to a nozzle size that might end up being clogged by any fibers that are there. But I've printed all of my carbon stuff ever at 0.4 millimeter nozzles, and I've never had a fiber induced clog. Where's the model for that can? Search for Drippy Pail. I think it's Drippy Pail or Drippy Bucket on printables, and you'll find it. Does it work with Chaotic Lab CNC Tap V1? Does what work? We are at 101. We're past time for the giveaway. I find part carbon fiber PETG warps less than standard. Yeah. I have used carbon fiber for printers. Yep. Some issues bridging with carbon fiber nylon. I need to spend more time tuning the temp. Fiber induced clog. That can be taken a couple of ways, I suppose. Okay, so links are in the description. There are 2 giveaways. We're going to do the Polymaker filament one first. As always, I close the entries when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. we're going to start at 3. So now I can say that I started the countdown somewhat on time. So yeah, when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds, I'll close it for Polymaker. I'll leave the Nighthawk toolhead board open until we're done giving away the Polymaker filament. And then we will do another probably shorter 3 seconds for that one. So we can get to actually printing on this and have still a little more time. Because we're not going to start a print and then be done. We're going to talk about printing and what we're going to print next and what I'm looking at in the print, this test print. So, can you poke Jason about new batches of Revo high flow kits, but with the LDO heatsink? Sure. Anyway, so when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds, so 3, 2, there's a new one, 3, 2, oh, there's a new one, 3, nope, there's a new one, 3, there's a new one, 3, 2, 1.5, 1, 1/2. Okay, that's it. We got it. So cool to see so many red stars. We have, is red the darkest one? People must wait to do this. You want to give away a second Nighthawk? Fabrico will sponsor one. Fabrico will sponsor one? Sure. Sure, it's already set up. It's the same thing. Worldwide shipping, right, Shammy? Same worldwide shipping? That's the only way it works. Okay, let me link this out. Oops. Great. Yuppers. Okay, we're gonna give away 2 Nighthawk toolhead boards. Thanks, Shammy. New person going to come in and wonder why Steve keeps saying 3. This is true. Okay, who got in first? Victor got in very first. And then who got in the last? Who got in right at the end? So this is Polymaker right now, though. So you still have a chance to enter for the other one. I like to look at who got in the last dozen or so, and I recognize a couple of names, but most of them I don't recognize. So that's a good thing. Okay, and then we're gonna go over here. Oops. And where's the wheel of names? Here we are. Let's clear the list and delete that and paste the new list. Any idea about max chamber temperature for the Nighthawk? No, I don't know. It is a RP2040, so I think 80 C. I guess I do have an idea. You probably don't want the processor to get over 80 C. Okay, so that is the correct name that was first on the list. And Aaron Freed got last. So this is for roll of Polymaker filament. We are going to shuffle this. What number between, let's just go, I've got too much on my mind. Let's go 1 to 20. 1 to 20. 1 to 20. We're going to shuffle this some number of times. You have to be here to win. You have to say something in chat if your name is called. Blue. Blue. That's how many times we're going to shuffle it. B-L-U-E. Now I've started something else. Who do we got? Who do we got? Gerald Cochran. Gerald Cochran, are you here? You have 2 minutes, starting now, to say something. Gerald Cochran, congratulations. Are you here? You just have to type something in chat. Tag me is better, but folks will find you. Folks will see you. There you are. Awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let me copy this. I am amiss. I have not sent out the winner for Tuesday's stream, I don't think. So if you won on Tuesday and you're wondering why you haven't heard from me, it's just me. Just me being me. So congratulations, Gerald. Okay, let's go ahead and clear this list. You have until I get over there and count down to 3 to enter for the 2 now LDO Nighthawk USB Stealthburner toolhead boards. Awesome. Please drive through. So I always miss the Tuesday stream. Is it the same time? No. So Tuesday streams have to be after work for me. So they start at 5 p.m. Pacific. And the intent for Tuesday streams is to do like other projects. Although I'm doing a build series right now for Pooch. We're upgrading a Prusa Mark 3S to a, oh, and that just cooled down. Mark 3S to a Mark 4. Once that's over, I'll be working on existing printers mostly. So relatively short projects is the idea. So I entered, I don't even have a printer. I enjoyed the OCD finish all the things stream. Yeah, I'm glad I did this stream this way today. So I appreciate it. So LDO toolhead board. I'm going to close the entries when we haven't had a new one in 3 seconds. So let's go 3. I missed them. They're 2 a.m. Yeah, it is a poor time for much of the world, but it's a better time for other parts of the world. So 3, 2, 1. We haven't had any new responses. Okay, I guess it's done. Yep, that's done. Okay. Let me get that board. It looks tasty. So let me create a new list here. Who got in the first one? Jean-Paul got in the first one. That was a fast 3 seconds, but there were no new ones. If you pushed it, it's your problem. John Klopp got the last one. Okay. Let's paste that in. Hey, Poity. I got the replay on for Tuesday on Wednesdays. Nice. Okay, so we have a new list here. We are going to shuffle this somewhere between white and black. What are we shuffling between white and black? Pathetic Puma, thank you. Definitely not a bribe to pick me. This is for the first of 2. This is for the first of 2 Nighthawk toolhead boards, thanks to Fabrico and Chamois. I mean, honestly, there's only one answer here. Exactly. O-R-A-N-G-E. Spin. What do we got? Hypermotive Racing. Congratulations. Are you here? Hypermotive Racing. This is for 1. We'll have another one. A lot of colors are 4-letter words. So this is the LDO toolhead board. Hypermotive Racing has been drawn. Are you here? Hypermotive Racing, you do win. You can never say that again now, Hypermotive Racing. You can never say that again. Congratulations. So this is 1. We're gonna do another one. Congratulations. Oops. we are good. I got it recorded. So we are going to do a remove. You can only win one of these. So can't get called again. Can't get caught up on all the never wins. Okay, so one more. We are going to spin this one. Let's go between January and December. January and December. What are we going to spin it? The problem with this one is it takes a lot longer for folks to type out their response. Relatively. See, I don't even remember who it was, but someone started out with the blue response. We get a little extra silly today. The next big event, Rocky Mountain Rep firmware, is in April. I'm looking forward to it. Let's do April. A-P-R-I-L spin. What do we have? Who do we have? PF Dennis, congratulations. Longtime viewer, very, very active in chat. PF Dennis, you got to be here. Unless you really want to be in the Polar Ted Club. Congratulations. Are you here? Are you here? Oh, I better start a timer. I haven't seen you say anything yet. PF Dennis, are you here? This is the second of the 2 of 2. PF Dennis, are you here? There you are. Congratulations. Get you. Good job. Yeah, we are good. Awesome. See ya, Scott. Take care. Gives me a membership today. Yeah. See, karma. Awesome. That is the giveaways for today. Thank you. Thanks again, Polymaker and LDO and Fabrico now. And Chamois. What do we got? Another few seconds would have given it to Bill Brothers. See you, Bruno. So we are not done. I know it's getting late for a lot of folks, and this is the time, but we are going to print. When does Nighthawk come out? It's apparently shipped. It's shipped to vendors. It's apparently there. I don't know if vendors have actually gotten it yet, and is it shipping to customers, but let's see, where was I? We are link remove. Thank you. So unpin, and I'm actually going to, because I'm so terrible about doing this, I'm going to remove it from the description too. Oops. Almost removed too much. Delete. Mr. Rogers, thanks for becoming a member. Let's print a birthday cake for Ella. Birthday cake, but I've got plans to print. I've got things. I was in the kitchen grabbing a snack, almost in the Polar Ted Club. You almost, for the same reason. Okay, we are going to, because, so this timed out really quick. I mean, I think a little ridiculously quick. So let's look at why. So I had preheated it, and it timed out really quick. So let me get this preheating again. You saw it on Fabrico yesterday? Okay. In the config file, there is a timeout command let's search for it and see if it's, there are no results for timeout. It's idle timeout or something like that. So we're gonna go to the Klipper docs and just search timeout. Maybe it's idle. Let's try searching for idle. Idle timeout, that's what we want. So we want idle timeout. We go to this page. Idle timeout is automatically enabled. Add an explicit idle timeout config section to change the default. So the default is 600 seconds. So this automatically turns off in 10 minutes, which is awfully quick. Probe for bed leveling, so I don't think it supports the V1 Chaotic Lab CNC tap. Oh, is that what the question was? Is if the Nighthawk supports the Nighthawk, if you are using a 5-volt probe on Nighthawk, you need to use the end stop port. There's a 5-volt on there. So yes, it would support it. You just need to use the end stop port. On, yeah. Or you need to get 5 volts from somewhere else. Split the wiring or whatever. What is the PETG cross-link temp? I don't know. I'm told you can add command here to turn off LEDs, etc. in the timeout section. Oh. A list of G-code commands to execute on idle timeout. Yeah, you can add G-code here and have it do stuff. Thanks, Mark. That's and Phil. Someone did ask earlier if you can have it do something on timeout. Yep, this would be it. Anyway, we're gonna add an idle. Here, let's just grab this whole thing. We're gonna add this into our printer config. I'm gonna put it down here right below the MCU. We're gonna delete all the extra comments. And I'm going to get rid of the search. So we're gonna time out at, let's say, an hour. An hour is 60 times 60, so 3,600 seconds. So 3,600 seconds, hopefully we can actually, no you can't, there we are. We're gonna do that, and we're not gonna execute any G code right now, so I am going to leave that there to remind me that you can, but that should give us more than a 10-minute idle timeout. Run shutdown on idle. But John, maybe terminology is off, but isn't PETG one of them that will actually just like crystallize at more so than the other filaments we use at a certain temperature? When editing the config file, could you move your camera to the other side? It's hard to see the code lines. Yeah, I need to remember to do that. Okay, so then PLA. PETG will creep, not sure it's, no, at like an extreme temperature, it'll like, if you get a clog, like it's just like not even worth trying to get PETG out because you can't melt it out past that point. I thought I'd read something about that, but I don't have enough information on it. Polar Tit Club did not get any new members today. It's worth noting that anything with the motors or heaters restarts the timer and it loops. Yep, it will phase solid. It will crystallize an excessively hot end. Yeah. Okay, this is warming up. That is warmed up. It doesn't need to heat soak. We're printing PLA. There's no reason for a heat soak here. We just need the bed at temperature. Bet your Fabrico sells a fair number of Nighthawks today. Maybe. Shammy better make sure there's one There's one extra in there. Let's go back to our slicer. And I am just gonna send it. Yeah, let's just send it. So I'm just gonna hit print, upload and print, and we'll go ahead and watch the thing go. Aces just pre-ordered one today. It's gonna run through the mesh. I did, I made sure to buy one just in case. So this is the 4x4 mesh that I spent time yesterday coming up with. Anybody else with switch wires with Mark 52 beds? I'd be curious at what kind of luck you've had with bed meshing, if it works fine for you and what your settings are. That'd be an interesting thing to hear. Okay, so this is gonna go through and I'm gonna get an eye, and then I'll get a better camera view. Let's see how the first layer is going. It's heating up the nozzle. It's looking pretty decent. My first layers are always a little slow. Can the EBB boards be powered with 24 volt through the USB port like the Nighthawk? No. The safe answer is no. I'm not 100% sure, but I would not expect them to be. I think they need a separate power. You can't just go USB, but I'm not 100% sure on that, but that's a safe advice. I use Quick Draw Clicky with the silicone mod and it worked great for bed meshes. I think I even use Camp for it, but I have to look. Yeah, Camp would work fine if you're not using an inductive probe. Because you're changing and you could probe directly over a magnet or too close to a magnet, I think Camp is a bad idea if you're using an inductive probe. And for all the issues with USB renegotiation during a print, USB isn't ideal for this use case as too much is handled silently and people have become complacent with it. For what it's worth, I have a Nighthawk that's been on one of my Tridents for a long time and I've never had a mid-print failure. Let me get a, oh, let's do nozzle LEDs. There we go. Ooh, it gets a little bright, but it tells me that I've got a great first layer going. Might be just a hair high. Comes with 24 volt cable and USB umbilical. Just had a can print failure earlier today. I think that first layer is pretty decent. I'm gonna leave it. Are you using it on the USB 2 port? That is what I will make it much more robust. I couldn't tell you which one I have it on. I couldn't tell you, Phil. I'd have to look. Can we tell? So Phil, do you know if we can tell via a terminal window? Can I SSH into it and tell what port it's on? Because we could connect to it and see, do like an LS USB, and would that tell us which interface it's on? The first layer is going down pretty slow. Let me bring up the slicer. 25 millimeters per second. I don't remember which host is which, but probably. Let's find out. Let me bring this up and then I'll switch over to the other screen. Oops, wrong password. I did like this build, Gabs. It's a nice reminder of Switchwire, because I haven't touched my Switchwire in a long time. So it's a nice reminder of where the minor pain points might be. Reminder of what could be tweaked for a revision, because it's long overdue for a revision. Especially a refresh of the manual. This is the oldest manual in the catalog now, not including Legacy, which doesn't have one. First photo of Nighthawk on the Fabrico site is the box. Okay, USB. What does that come up with? We have a Nighthawk on bus 1. Nighthawk on bus 1. Bus 2. Here. This is what it says. So this is LS-USB. Nighthawk is the second line there. And then the third line is the Leviathan. So I don't know if we can tell anything from that. LS-L. We got that. Why is this bed used over something else if the magnets are an issue? I don't think that was a consideration when Switchwire was designed. It wasn't something that was evident that it would be a concern. And even in the testing, like I said, I used a run what with dash T? The LS or the LS/L or this one? No? That? There we go. So I don't think it was necessarily a factor in deciding. I think it was more finding a readily available, because a big part of Voron is you want to be able to get a something for the printers in multiple locations worldwide. Anyway, you can already see it said 2.0 root hub versus 3. Oh, it's bus 1 is the 2. So I have it connected to the 2. I have both of the MCUs connected to the 2. This is going down good. Is it a Pi 3 or a Pi 4? Can I find that out in the by SSH? I'm pretty sure it's a Pi 4, but I'm pretty sure it's a Pi 4. Is dash T tree view? That's a really good first layer. I'm happy with that. Ooh, the kids are going at it. On main sale, you can check it. Oh, Pi 3 would make all of them USB 2. There's no USB 3 ports on a Pi 3? Yeah, I guess not. If they kept to the color scheme, this is a Pi 3, and they're all black. Yep. So it's a Pi 4. What does that do? Cat /proc/CPU info. Oh, neat. Does any of that tell me how much RAM? I know I had to look it up. I found a command to figure out how much RAM is on one, because I have a pile of Pi 4s. I needed to distinguish which was which. The Ethernet is on the opposite side. Yeah. That is a nice, so far, consistent first layer. I'm pleased with that. I never trust connector color. So many vendors fail that test. But it is Pi, and I think the Pis across the brand, they are blue on a thing. So I think you're right as far as the generally. But comparing Pis, I think it was okay. Oh, would this say this is an 8 gigabyte Pi? Megabyte? No, that's not. And this was the freed.sh results. Kilobyte, megabyte, gigabyte. Yeah. Wow. I didn't know I had an 8 gigabyte Pi. I'm exploring the idea of using the filament being unloaded on ERCF through a set of gears that drive the spool roller to re-spool the filament instead of using a buffer. That's probably a 1 gig Pi. It could be. Because that was 0.7 gigabytes. So I think you're right, because that was 751,000 kilobytes. Yeah. So it must be a 1 gig Pi 4. I have an 8 gig Pi 5. I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet. I'm pretty sure the Pi 5 is still not ready. Some of the, what is it, in the camera area and a couple other things that aren't quite ready for our use cases in 3D printing, plus it being extremely overkill. Memory prices are going up again. Do an H-top. Oh, H-top. Yeah, memory of 734 meg with a 256 meg swap. Yep. I install pinout on all my Pis. Great tool from Pi.org, tells exactly what Pi it is. How do I do that? Forums are filled with overkill specs. This is true. Okay, then we're gonna get around. So that is, I only do the first layer on the bottom layer on the first print just to check my, if I'm curious about how well the mesh is working or stuff. Otherwise, I just use a small brim and print just the perimeters. Over spec. How's your water-cooled VZ bot going? Memory Memory prices are going up because manufacturers cut production to limit supply. The GPU takes a bit of the RAM for itself, so you don't see the full 1 gig. Makes sense. And I am going to speed this up just by the there we go, 250% speed. This is just a little cube, a little low rectangular print that I use, the GPs. I mostly use it, I'll use a micrometer to measure the wall thickness to get me in a ballpark for a extrusion multiplier. But I can also look at the corners and get an idea on pressure advance. Thanks, Ella. I'm really pleased with the way the build came out as well. I think the front, the Stealthburner, just really sets the whole thing off. Does it change a setting as it prints? No, I don't have anything changing. I just sped it up via the touchscreen. This is a very basic print that I use. I've been using it forever. And I got this from Greg in the Bear project. I think he published this file originally. And it's just, I've had it in my calibration prints forever. What's the difference between slicing at a faster speed versus increasing the overall speed percentage? When you're slicing, especially I think in Prusa Slicer or whatever, you're going to be subject to any flow rate limitations. When you do it on the screen here, it just speeds up. Your resulting G code is going to be subject to other things in the slicer. This is just a pure speed increase. See ya, Andres. Do you measure your skirt thicknesses to make sure it's as set? The skirt, no, I don't. Making me want to reprint a Dargenberger front with multicolor for my upcoming Micron build. Are you running the pre-made G code for your 240Z? Yes, I am. I can show some prints. Actually, while this goes, let's look at some new. I guess this can go on in the background, and I can just show some prints here. I have the doors, and I'm not getting any weird artifacts anywhere on it. Thickness as by layer height. No, I don't have any variable layer height stuff going on. Speed up percentage will increase all speeds, including travel. Not sure about retraction speeds. Well, it also speeds up extrusion, because if I print another one, it'll skip steps on the prime line if I don't turn it back down. Pinout should already be installed. Has the design teams considered shrinking the finger size holes in the skirts? Hasn't really come up, although doing the mesh, it has been a topic that doing the mesh is a good idea if you've got anyone who likes to stick their fingers in the holes. Got all of the body parts, all of the orange parts are done. So front fender, hood. Oh, that goes right there. The one of the cool things about this model from them is all the body panels are printed so the layer lines are in the same or similar orientation. So I'm really, really pleased. Ooh. This is one of the bigger pieces of the project, is the cockpit. This printed like that with no supports, just like that. And then this is one of the suspension pieces. This is, I think might be rear, one of the rear cross braces for the suspension. This is the 240Z, John, from 3D Sets. This guy. It's 8th scale. Have to pick a color for your accents and frame. I can try to make a suggestion. You're printing the model in PLA? Yes, I am printing it in PLA. So I've been printing this since I bought it the day it came out. I bought it the day it came out, and I've been printing on the Mark IV with the most of it, almost all of it has been the pre-sliced G code, because I just did a test print and it turned out so good that I just kept going. There have been a couple of files like the doors that I re-sliced, but things like this, I had to test fit one of the fender flares on it. I am using the Input Shaper pre-sliced G code, yep. And just look at that. That Brad's orange glitter from Jesse from Printed Solid is just, this is the model I was waiting for without knowing this model was coming for using this filament. Because this is just like, mwah. You printed any of the interior, looks super detailed? Yeah, the dash is done, and there are gauges that get filament swap colors that go into the spots. Is that hole in the pillar for a heat set? No, it doesn't use any heat sets. I don't know what goes there yet. So this is going to be probably, if I can get enough things printed, this will be the Charlie's Angels streams for the next 3 months. So Charlie's Angels streams for the next 3 months. Like the front bumper. I've left a lot of the supports in place for now. And what I'm planning to do, so it doesn't actually take 3 months of building, is if I can get enough of it printed and gathered up, this coming Saturday will be the first part in the build. So this Saturday will be the first part. Then I'll do a mid-March or mid-February Charlie's Angels stream, and then an early March. So it's like 6 weeks to get the build done instead of 12 weeks. I ordered actual tires, but I'm probably going to try to print them as well to see the difference. So anyway, this finished. That was a really, really good first layer. Holy moly. Look at that. I don't know if that gets any better. Wow. Will you use the RC? It will be assembled as an RC. So then what I'd be looking at as far as the other things, I have a micrometer. I would measure the width, but the trick here is you really need to do actual prints to really dial it in. But this, I printed at 0.4 millimeter extrusion width. However, if you just try to measure this at 0.8 millimeters, it's not right. If you go into Prusa Slicer and go to the print settings in here, this will tell you the recommended object thin wall thickness for layer height 0.2 and 2 lines is 0.76 millimeters. So your target here is measuring this at about 0.76 millimeters. Now reality, I'm aiming for like 0.74. When this measures 0.74, it's usually about right for our typical, what we consider a good top layers on a print. See ya, Ella. Happy birthday again. I hope you have a wonderful one tomorrow. Live stream of the build. So Mike, you are a member. I will be doing this as a Charlie's Angels stream, which is the members only streams that I do once a month on Saturday. And it will become live for the public right before the next one. So these will actually have a shorter Charlie's Angels stream, a shorter exclusive window, because if I do one at the end of this month and then 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later do the next one, the first one will become live a little early. And then a couple of weeks later, I'll do the next one and that previous one will become live. Public, will become public. So. Now this is on a profile that I've already tuned with these. It's a different filament. It's not going to be exactly perfect, but the other things I would be looking at is how much bulge there is in not this corner, because this is where the layer change happens, but this corner. If it's an extreme difference, you'll see it here or in this corner. So you're looking, if it bulges there, then PA is not high enough. And if it starts getting thin there, then PA is too high. If you go back to the blue V0 build, we did that live. We were doing a print and changing those values and seeing how that changes in those values impacted the corners of the print. So that would be on the probably the last stream of that build series, which is just a few months ago. So I think with this, I want to just throw an actual print at it, because I think this is looking pretty good. And we'll see what a real print looks like. And these are fairly short prints. So let me get something sliced up, and we'll do this here. Let's undo the changes we made. And here. And then we're gonna do a couple of things. We're gonna go over to this actually, to the 3D sets instructions, because we're gonna print one of those, and we're gonna go to the build guide. V0 for size. Yeah. Just worked my micron updating Klipper to V.12, time to reflash the M8P and probably the EBV36. Yes. Yes. So something to be, someone reminded me, I think it was, I don't remember, Michael or Thunderkeys, I think reminded me about, someone mentions in chat, they hit the update button. Updates can be useful, but be aware of what that could involve. Usually or often reflashing the MCUs. And if you're running something that requires a custom Klipper build, then you're going to want to know what you're into for the update and what it's going to take to update that. In here should be some print guidelines, I think. Printer calibration, color change. I think there's I thought there was a print. I know I'm skipping around in here. Ah, is this it? Okay, ball bearings. I thought there was a guideline in here for like walls and stuff like that. Maybe not. Okay. That's okay. We don't really need it. Let's go back to here. And all of this is okay. Let's open. Let's remove that, and we're going to add a file. If you can run Catapult on your hardware, then it makes reflashing the boards a trivial matter that can be easily handled by a script. But in any case, you want to know what's involved before you hit that update button. Yeah. Okay, let me bring this over here. So this is my folder of 3D sets models that I have downloaded. So there was an update to the Sakura 1.0.1, so we're going to make sure we go in there. And then we're going to go to you can individual files, or how these are organized. You can grab the individual files, but it's often good to just grab the ready to print plates, and we can go generic printer plates. Now I've been using the Mark IV's G-code files, and it's been working pretty well in most cases, but I'm going to go over here to a generic printer plate. And I think I want the roll bar. And where was that? I think it was, let's see, door handles, hood, seats, tunnel, axle. Did I miss the giveaway? What have I missed? Yes, you missed the giveaway by almost an hour. I like to keep it updated. I knew beforehand this was going to happen, though I was hoping it didn't. Something I thought would be fun if I had time, and I don't have time, is to just take an old printer that I haven't updated in a while and just jump on stream and do the updates. I do it all the time myself, and I work through the problems, but where is the, that's wipers. I want the one that has the, is there a preview here? No, shoot. Battery covers, front spoiler, grille, color change wiper, door details, doors, side windows, hood, seats, tunnel, shift stick. There's one in here with the roll bar, and I want the roll bar. Cover, fender flares, grille, front light radiator. Oh, this one will work. I want all these in silver. So I want all these in silver, so I'm going to do this print. Oh, see you, John. Who won? PF Dennis and Gerald won the Polymaker Filament, and PF Dennis and Hypermotive Racing won the tool headboards. What low budget 3D printer you recommend for starting? I don't have direct experience with anything but like an Ender 3, because everything I have is a custom build. So I don't have a lot of experience with what's out there. I can regurgitate what people I know and trust recommend, and that's like the Soval SV06 and such. But I don't have something I could just tell you, this is what I've used before and it's a great printer, or I know someone or one of my family members uses it or something. Anyway, we're going to print this. And if you notice when we open these, I think you can see everything that's important. It does have modifiers already built in. So it's saying we need to do 30% infill, this kind of infill, and layer heights and all that kind of stuff. It already modifies what's important when you open the 3MF file. So we're just going to slice this and send it. So let me do a little quick wipey down of the build plate. build plate. We got it sliced. That one's got a brim because it's a fairly small bottom layer surface area. Oh, I see something. I see something wrong. Some of these are fixed because it did a modifier, but I forgot something here. Oh no, I didn't. What is going on? Let's look at this. Maybe it's intended to be thin, but look at that. Let's look at that file. It's this one. Fill density 45. Fill angle. So what is it doing? Go back over here. Oh, that's interesting. It's modeled that way. Oh, it modified it. It's modeled that way. Okay, that's weird. See here? 0 top and bottom layers. It's so they get the look they're looking for. Roll cage is print 6. Okay. It's a radiator. Yep. That threw me for a minute. I'm like, what is going on here? I thought maybe I'd left 0 infill or something, but then I noticed it has it. Okay. Let's send it. Upload and print. So now the temperatures have been set. Yep. It has the same in the intercooler. Yeah, I see that. See, it's neat. They put a lot of details into these models. I just found a roll of KVP salmon. That's one color I never got. One of the few colors I never had of KVP. This is a speed. Oh, good call. Good call. Speed's at 250. Thank you. Good call, Felix. That would have been bad. Where's the speed factor? Okay, set it to 100. It's when the 240Z has a turbo. They list that as an oil cooler. They list that as an oil cooler. It's if you look at the docs, this is gonna work through its thing. I think it's in the instructions. And if you go down to wherever the front is being worked on, yeah, oil cooler. Oil cooler. Have Steve built show you his unpinner. Oh yeah. So BT Cruiser. In the description is a link to my Amazon store. In the Amazon store are these magical devices for unpinning microfits. These those two little pins there slide into the connector, and then you push in until you hear a tiny click, and then you push the pin out. It's magical. Don't ask me how long this will last, but the tips are replaceable at least. I have had good luck with the Molex tool myself, but these are better. We're using more of the bed, so we get a better test of that mesh. Bit of filament there. And I could probably very well speed up my profile here. This is very conservative. Hey, Mad Cat. And I made a custom case for those, and it's on my printables page. I got competing modelers of cases for those then, Tuxedo. Because I think Kylisa, the Voron group, modeled one as well. The update stream would be a great idea, even do it as a random stream. Oh yeah. Speaking of random streams, I know, folks, this is the end, and we have quite a few people. Where are we at? We're still over 360 people here. My next blaster build is going to be different. So we've built several foam flinging fun devices, right? So Nerf compatible dart blasters. And we've had a lot of fun with those. I have a ton of fun building those. So I've built three of those. The next one I have the parts for, thanks to Doom Crew, but it's also a blaster that's kind of been, I'm hearing, is not necessarily welcome at all events because it is a little too realistic. Mine are gonna sit here and I'm gonna shoot them in the house and at my garage door, and that's fine. But I want to build it as a stream in front of people. But I think what I'm gonna do is it's gonna be an unlisted stream. That way YouTube doesn't get its hands on it. It doesn't try to put it into the algorithm. If you look it up, it's the Zinc. So it's a Zinc 2.0. And it is a foam dart blaster that does have a little more realistic look. It's going to be in colors, and it's going to be an orange tip and all that good stuff, but I don't want to risk, and I don't want to put it out there to the general outside of my viewers because of the concerns there are with it not necessarily being welcome at all events and it being a somewhat more realistic looking device. So it's going to be a public stream, but it's going to be unlisted, and I'm only going to advertise it in the Discord. So that that is going to limit for those that aren't a member of the Discord. But I don't know another good way of doing it, and I still want to build it. So totally support this. I saw you talk about it and honestly think this is the way to go. Yeah. So just, it's going to be a fun build. It's going to be interesting, but because I don't want to restrict it to members only either. If I'm going to do this, I might as well just make it whoever wants to come in and view it. I don't really care. So it'll basically be the same, but you're right. I guess the difference is that if I made it members only, it would get pushed out to members as a notification. But I kind of want to keep it out of any view of YouTube's algorithm. So, hey Ethan. I'm still here. We're not too bad. We're only at 4-hour mark right now, and we're doing real printing. This is the second print. So. You could stream on Discord. I thought about that. I thought about that also. I kind of want it available, so I'd be uploading it to YouTube anyway. And if I did it in a voice channel, that's limited to 25 people while you're sharing video. I could do it as a stage. but I'd kind of just rather do this. So this is still PLA, yeah. And doing it as a stage still has the same concern of anybody who doesn't get Discord notifications won't necessarily see it. If you're print it black, yes. Yeah, so mine's going to be kind of funny colors because I have a Prusament Carmine Red PET G with, I think it's Prusament Carbon Fiber PET G, and then Prusament Orange PET G. So it's going to clash a little bit, but it's going to be very obvious that there's orange on it. Look forward to today when you do a Jupiter proton pack. It actually takes tuning. What is that? Got the hacked internet connection up in time to catch the last bit. Welcome, Red Sky. Yeah, all those first layers are looking fine. No complaints. That's PLA. Yeah, this is PLA. Can you quickly explain the motion system advantage with the switch wire? So the Core XZ allows you to have, I mean, the biggest advantage there is one of the advantages, I guess, is cost. So lead screws and motors, I think there's a slight cost advantage to this. But you can move it extremely fast in the Z direction. So Z hops, if you're doing Z hops, you can do very fast Z hops with this. You can move it in Z as fast as you can move it in X or in X. Oh, not what you were printing, what you were talking about? So it's a foam dart blaster that is a realistic. It's a little too realistic, if that's what you were talking about. Oh, this is Prusament Silver, Galaxy Silver PLA. I have some parts on this model that I printed in Jesse Gunmetal PLA. It's a little darker. This is what I'm using, a little darker for the suspension pieces. And then some of the brighter pieces I'm printing in this. No, thanks, Jack. So it also, no lead screw artifacts. Interestingly, the Klipper update only seems to complain about the version of Klipper on the Pi, which is super easy update. When you get the error there, it should tell you what version is on each MCU, right? Yeah, it's sparkly. Ugh. Oh, what else? So yeah, so we will be doing I don't know when I'm going to do that. It will probably be a Saturday. It'll probably be a Saturday morning, basically Charlie's Angels time, but just another Saturday. And like I said, if I can get enough of the parts, the additional parts needed to start this 240Z build, that'll be this coming Saturday is when we'll start that. How loud is it? Well, let me turn the filter off. The filter is off. I'll just get a little close. So anyway, if you could hear that, it's not very loud. If you're printing parts for the first time, how do you determine what needs to be base color or what is accent color? I usually go off of pre-existing CAD and whatever the designers have picked. That is definitely a tough choice when you're starting from scratch. I think it's more just kind of a feel. What feels like it needs to be a contrasting color in an area. But otherwise, like Voron stuff is all marked as what the standard accent pieces are. Voron should have more accent parts. Maybe. I wouldn't disagree with that. With the Voron stuff, Jack is right. All of the file names that should be accents start with a bracket, a bracket, and then an underscore. So just if we go over to, so this is printing now. It's not printing, the speeds are not groundbreaking in the slightest. These are the speeds that it's printing at right now. It's hitting 160 on infills, but otherwise 100 millimeters per second is where it's peaking. So, and then I think we set 3000 accels based on the input shaper results, and that's the default, and then it's reduced for other bits for quality. Yeah, and you can do all kinds, like Thunderkeys is saying, you can do all kinds of creative stuff with filament swaps and modeling different color acts, like the Stealthburner here. Or you can do the Skittles theme, like Joe, 3D printer noob. Oh, good call, Steven. There is a color configurator for Vorons. I don't remember the link. I can probably find it. Voron color picker. Let's see. Voron color configurator. This will work. I'm working on Saturn Rocket 5 for a buddy of mine. Nice. What's the car model that printed again? I wanted to check it. Let me give you a link. There you go. We'll probably give this about another 15 minutes of the print, and then we'll call it. It's raining here. What's the forecast? It's supposed to rain today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. But then it's clear, so I'm hoping to actually order my shed. I'm hoping to actually order my shed on Saturday. I'm gonna order another half a yard of gravel of crushed rock, and then put that in and rent a compactor and finish it off. As chaotic as it would be, I'd love to see some dual or triple extrusion ABS for printer builds. That would be cool. See ya, Kudrith. It did not sound like you said shed at first. Oh. I am so excited to get that done. I started it in June. It's going to be a game changer for this garage, especially. I have compactors for rent. Yeah, fortunately, Home Depot rents it 4 hours for $67. That'll be enough. Can you show us the shed you picked? Yeah. I'm doing a crushed rock foundation. Let's see. I did. Is this gonna come up? Let's go here. So I did a tough shed. We go in here and build it. I did the Premier Pro Tall Ranch. I don't know if you noticed, but no matter the shed or location, clutter follows you, though it said that indicates a busy mind. Yeah. So this is the basic shed in the correct size. So it's 10 by 12. It's ranch style, Premier Tall. And then it has, this door is going to be over here. This is a 4-foot door, but it's actually going to be 3. You can't configure a 3-foot door on their website. And then it'll have a window here that's 3 by 2. And that's basically it. That's basically what it'll be. 10 by 12. Yeah, ground doesn't freeze. See you, Jed. Have a good one. Just curious, no Z-hop on this print that I can see. 0.2. It's got a 0.2 Z-hop. Not much. So, anyway, it's running a regular revo right now. But then probably be somewhere around this in color. That closely matches the house. So if you sprinkle some DE over the gravel under the floor, you won't ever have any bugs. Running regular revo, regular right now. Slab is a good protection from critters digging a hole underneath your shed to make a home. So the idea, and I have a picture here for those that might not have seen it earlier. This is the location. So I have 4x6 pressure treated frame. This is all staked down in many locations. Every one of these dark spots is a stake because that's where I poured the treatment stuff for the pressure treated wood where I cut it. Staked down with 2-foot rebar. And then there is a drainage pipe inside here. So then this is going to be compacted crushed rock to about 1.5 inches from the top here. And then the shed will sit on that. And then around the outside will be a larger decorative rock to cover up everything. So That's the plan. This is a 2-inch or 1.5-inch conduit for power, and then a 1/2-inch conduit for a Cat 6 cable. It wasn't too bad. What was more fun was the that's a 8-foot ground rod, and that's just a cap on there right now. But that's an 8-foot ground rod sticking in the ground there, and there's the other one because you need 2 of them for code here. So those weren't even all that bad. But those are 8 feet in the ground from there. So yeah, this is going to be great. This is the largest shed I can reasonably put in my yard, and it's the largest I can go without having a permit for the shed. I have a permit for the electrical, but California code requires 2 ground rods, unless there's some other things. If you're doing, I don't remember what it's called, but if you do your ground in rebar in your foundation, there's other rules that apply, but 2 ground rods are required for current California code. The ground must be pretty soft where I live. It is clay and rocks for 2 to 3 feet. And it having been wet for a while has helped. So yeah, I'm pleased. This didn't look like this not too long ago. I can probably show a picture of what it looked like relatively recently. Let me see. Let's see. What was here? This is this my current? Yeah. This is what it looked like before, when I was just getting the gravel in, and then all the outside hadn't been leveled out. So I scraped all the weeds away and then leveled in the dirt. My house just grounds to the water pipe in the house. See you, John. Before footprints, after footprints. It's just a picture, but the base looks like it's not level. Oh, the base. This is level. This is exactly square. It's within less than 1/8 of an inch of square somehow, measured corner to corner, and that's unrealistic accuracy to say that. And then corner to corner with a bubble level is level. So putting a tight string across the corners is level in each direction. If I put a long bar level on any of them, it doesn't come out, but these boards aren't straight. These boards aren't straight. The gravel, the rock inside has not been leveled and smoothed out and compacted. So this is just me using a landscaping rake to get it close. So anyway, this is where we're at on this. We have heavy clay, so anything built in the dry season isn't level in the wet season. The shed won't be? The shed won't be as square as that foundation. Is that what you're saying? I agree. So I need to do a little drawing layout of how I want to organize inside. Because inside, underneath this window, I'm going to put the bench that's here behind me. Because that's where Milo is going to sit. So I'm going to put the bench there, and then along these back walls, I'll put some shelves and then have some open area for other storage. So, yeah. Oh, I was pointing at this, but I didn't share. Underneath this window is going to be a bench, and then power outlets and a network jack. And then along the back wall, this wall and this back wall will be some shelves, and then just some open area for other storage. So I built a 12 by 10 18 months ago. It is already full. I only have room for one, so if this doesn't work, then it's time to move. This looks to be going good. I don't have any complaints. I don't have any complaints. It's KVP Natural ABS. Yep. And someone earlier asked about speeds and stuff, and I had covered that a little bit before that, but it's not really fast right now. It's like 3,000 millimeters per second squared on accelerations max, and 160 millimeters per second in infill, and then 100 millimeters per second on some of the other things, slowing down for the external perimeters. That's the basic idea of what the setup is right now. I do want to up those because I know it can do better than that. That's just what my profile is right now. Our city only allows one shed. I have two. I built my own 4 foot deep by 8 foot wide garden tool shed ages ago. So I wasn't told that I could only have one shed, and I didn't see it on the code or restrictions. I think it would be there if they did. You made me rethink what I do. Inspect welds. Our tolerance is 1/8 inch over 30 feet and only 1/4 inch and 60 feet. I can always go down. I've joked about doing a basement, digging out a basement. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. You didn't see Protopasta is doing an experimental filament subscription. Could be interesting. I did see that. I got an email on that. What are they charging for that a month? Or every 2 months or whatever it is? Because they do it the opposite month of the regular subscription, right? So their subscription is every 2 months, which I kind of like, because getting filament every month can sometimes be a lot. Every other month isn't a bad idea. You know what they're charging for it? For the experimental subscription? We're at almost 20% through this underground Nerf testing arena. It's either $25 per month or $90 per month for spools. Well, I mean, Protopasta. Let's find out. Do they have it in here? Subscriptions. Endless Exploration, which is a new Endless Designs or Endless PLA. So Endless Exploration is what you're talking about. I've been planning to build a full workshop and then COVID hit and now I can't afford one. I don't print enough for that. I would have spools of plastic laying all over the place. I already have spools of plastic hanging all over the place. So what do we get here? So filament subscription for $25 doesn't have a size. So if you said coils, it's $25. And that means that you get, for everything else, such a load scope, we're taking a different approach of 2 tiers, coils and spools, 1.75. Quantity will depend on availability and cost of included materials, may contain abrasive ingredients. Every 2 months, we'll choose a topic to explore and provide new unreleased materials in support of that topic. Thanks in advance for supporting this new venture. Delivery every 2 months. So it kind of varies what you get depending on what it's going to cost them to make, which seems reasonable. But what does this cost if you do spools? $90 a month. Got it. Yep. B. McNichol. I just downloaded the 3D Sets 240Z. Nice. They need a referral link. I looked for one. They don't have one. Do you have any opinions on Spectrum ABS filament? Not used it. You heard about Colin Furs? He built a bunker in his backyard. Yeah. Colin Furs, and then who is it? The Jerry Rig Everything is doing something similar. This is, yeah. I don't see anything concerning. Okay. I think we're going to call it. We're at the 4.5 hour mark. I am very glad that we did this stream today. I was on the fence on whether it would be a good idea since we basically finished it off last week, but I think there was plenty of things to go over today, and I think we had some good information. So yeah, we covered a lot of good stuff. So we are going to be back at it. The next stream is Tuesday with the Prusa build. We're going to continue that. It's 5 p.m. Pacific time. That's going to be the standard Tuesday stream unless there's some reason I need to tweak it. And then, so we'll have a stream Tuesday, and then we're going to have a stream Saturday, which is going to be the Charlie's Angels stream. And hopefully that'll be the first stream of building this model. So, and then Sunday will be, I have no idea what we're going to do on Sunday. We'll do something on Sunday. It might be Rook. It might be something else. So anyway, thank you everybody. Have a good rest of your weekend. Have a good week. Hopefully we'll see you on Tuesday. Otherwise, one of the other streams. I don't know if Pooch is joining me. He was out of town last Tuesday. It'll be up to if he's around and if he has time. So with that, thanks again. Thanks Polymaker. Thanks LDO. Thanks Fabrico. Thanks Shammy. Thanks for everybody who gifted memberships or became a member. We'll see you next time. Bye.